Ready? Ready. Okay, got it. Yeah. Good afternoon. Welcome to the August 8th, 2023 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We have several items on our agenda, but I'm going to let Sherry begin with some instructions.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. If you are attending this meeting via Zoom, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat, and all chats go directly to the meeting host. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, those attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. Those participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. Participants will be called upon in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Sherry. I would like to point out that all the commissioners are here. We've got Commissioner Sellers that's on Zoom tonight, I believe. Is she on? Before we start.
Doesn't look like she's on yet.
She's not on yet? She not on yet?
Doesn't look like she's
Okay.
yet.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started with the approval of the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda.
No Zoom audio.
Reorder the agenda during the meeting. Did any commissioners want to change the agenda up tonight? Nope. If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Move to approve the agenda?
Second.
Got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0. Our next item is a proclamation for 8/11 Day. Do we have someone here to speak on behalf of 8/11 Day? Hi.
Hi, Lon Meyer with Black Hills Energy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really here just to thank you guys for this proclamation. It really is just about awareness. Safety is extremely important to our company. It's extremely important to our community. And knowing and understanding what utilities are underground before excavation happens is just a very important thing to keep our community safe. And so I don't need anything other than just wanted to come here and say thank you for making this a part of your proclamation, because it really does just bring awareness to that, and it helps people stay safe, especially during the summer digging season. 811 is just a great day to do it on August 11th as well. So for us at Black Hills, just want to say thank you.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate your coming here tonight. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas thousands of times each year the underground infrastructure in Kansas is damaged by those who fail to contact 811 to have underground lines located prior to digging, resulting in service interruption, environmental damage, and threats to the public safety. And whereas in 2005, the Federal Communications Commission designated 811 to provide contractors and homeowners with a simple number to contact utility operators to request the location of underground lines at the intended dig site. And whereas Kansas 811 provides one point of contact available by phone and online to help reduce damages to underground facilities, thereby reducing the loss of service to the public and the loss of time and money to contractors, utilities, and taxpayers. Whereas Black Hills Energy maintains its commitment to educate the public about safe digging practices and encourage compliance with local and state safe digging rules and regulations. And whereas damage prevention is a shared responsibility. By using safe digging practices, Lawrence contractors and homeowners can save time, money, and help keep Kansas infrastructure safe and connected. Now, therefore, I, Lisa Larson, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim August 11th, 2023 as 811 Day and encourage everyone to call 811 before they dig. It's safe, it's free, and it's the law. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item C, which is general public comment. The public is allowed to speak on these issues, on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. So we're open to general public comment at this time.
I asked everybody to let me come up here first tonight, and we're live, by the way, on my YouTube stream, so that we can get a real objective view of what the people see when they come in this room, because tonight they're going to shut down the public comment. And we can't talk about public comment during public comment, can we? Are we allowed to talk about public comment during public comment?
Are you talking about general public comment? What are you talking about?
About general public comment during public comment tonight?
It's an item on the agenda, so we cannot talk about what's on the
I didn't
agenda.
think we could. It's pretty difficult to not talk about general public comment while you're in the general public comment period, isn't it? I mean, that's the oxymoron of what you guys are doing. We can no longer address general public comment during general public comment. Let that sink in. This is our city commission, guys, in Lawrence. You guys aren't being told everything. You got a silo of information over there. I promised people that I wouldn't disclose things, but time after time after time after I made that promise, another person would tell me the same thing. He's a roadblock to you guys, to the city out here. And he does it on a regular basis. He lies, and he spins details. Go look at the city website. Your funding for LCS, I got a little detailed view of that last night. That's interesting how you got that listed out. You've got your $225,000 listed twice, don't you?
Michael, please talk to the commission.
Mm-hmm. But I can't talk about public comment during public comment, right? How come you don't use your gavel on me? You used it on everybody else a couple weeks ago. How come you don't bang that fucker when I'm up here? I wonder why. I wonder if it's because the target of what you're trying to shut down is right here, or is it the SB 180 that came in here and spent hours, or is it Sanctuary Alliance? Are you trying to just shut all them down? Is that what's going on? So pay attention, guys. I just talked about general public comment during public comment. You guys are idiots.
General public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Hi.
So, you all know, right, that if you don't want the job, you're allowed to quit. Like, you could get up, say, I resign, and walk out that door right now, and nobody would stop you because, I mean, what are they going to do? Fire you from a job that you just quit? Wouldn't exactly make much sense. Of course, I'm speaking about the resolution that you passed just last week, and of course about the direction the City Commission is heading with regards to how any form of comment is handled here. Obviously, I'm not solely talking about public comment, as it is a resolution that was just passed and thus is germane to the City Commission, while also not being an item on the agenda later tonight, thus remaining within the rules that the Commission has set forth. Frankly, I would have to ask that, for one thing, no further change to public comment or comment in any way, shape, or form be made going forward. But
We have that on the item later on.
I must
So
also
this is
demand
general.
that
This
the
is
resolution
general.
from last week be repealed. It is a violation of our rights to determine where this city is headed, to say that you guys can just throw whatever you want on an agenda and we don't get to comment on it because you can't remove it from the agenda for public comment. That doesn't make any sense. You're just saying, hey, we're going to pass this and we're not asking your opinion whatsoever. Y'all really only have two jobs after all. Your jobs are to sit here and listen to what we have to say and to sign on a dotted line on whatever's put in front of you, because let's be honest, it's the city lawyers and city managers that are doing all the actual work here, all the heavy lifting. They're the ones writing all these documents. You just read them and you sign your name on the line. That is literally it. And you're wanting to cut out most of your job. You only have to sit here 3 times a month, by the way. That's not exactly a huge time commitment. Like, you know, each of us spends more on more of our time on things that are important to our lives than you spend doing that, and you want to cut it out. You want to just straight up not do your job at all. You want to cut out 80% of your workload, and you're still going to get whatever, the same paycheck, same power, same whatever, but you don't want to have to listen to any of us. That's the issue here. We have given you a job. We elected you to do a job, and you want to pretty much just say, hey, we don't have to do it anymore. We don't have to spend time on it. You don't want to have to do the job that is already so goddamn easy. So if you don't want to do it, don't drag the rest of the community down with you. Just quit. Walk out. You don't have to be here. You can leave. You're allowed to. I give permission. We'll find somebody to replace you in like 2 seconds. See ya.
I would ask that the members of the audience when somebody's up here talking, to please be quiet. It's hard enough to hear as it is, so please keep your voice.
Are you actually listening?
Any other general public comment?
This is different. The tension is hard for me in this room. I don't know. My name is Sherry Ellenbecker. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I wanted to talk about something in your recommended capital improvement plan, number MS7A 23,000, the farmland remedial alternatives. And I have the worksheet here, and there's $14,400,000 in the over the years to be spent, and then at the bottom, it's in budget impact other. It says that they expect to spend for the next 20 to 30 years $1 to $2 million a year. And so that makes this piece of paper $75 million. $75 million. I need to repeat it just to make sure I said it right. It all started in 2010, on June 15th of 2010. Your body, but you weren't here. Nobody's blaming you. The 4-0 vote that the city agreed to take over the liability of cleaning up farmland in exchange for the land and a little bit of a trust fund, $8.6 million. They entered into an agreement with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. And then in 2021, in the budget, it said that the proposed funding includes the $1.24 million left in the trust and an additional $2 million beyond the trust towards new remediation strategies. The finance director said that they would go try for federal infrastructure package or other federal funding that they're continuing to look for. And he said, but if it doesn't happen, the backstop is the debt levy. So here we are, and my questions are, is it everything? Is it the staff time? Is it the capping for the MSO? Is it any additional capping that might be needed? Is it the staff time that has accrued over the past that perhaps has never been billed to the project because it was just staff time? And, you know, $75 million is 333 Prairie Park nature centers. We could have one on every third corner for what this decision back in 2010, as ill-conceived as it was, is going to cost. I think it's going to cost everybody in this room, because it says that the future general obligation bonds are the funding. And that, to me, that means property taxes. That doesn't even mean sales tax, I don't think. I don't know.
Time.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
Any other general public comment?
Hello there. My name is Monty Coash Johnson. I am a Lawrence resident, and I am here to speak about my personal experience with the commissioners. I was one of the founding members of No SB 180 Lawrence, and way back between May or early June, we did a phone and email call, an email thing essentially, where we reached out to our commissioners to encourage them to pass a ordinance. I I was at work and I received a phone call from one of our very own commissioners, essentially stating that I was being too mean. I was being too aggressive, and we need to fight against the actual aggressors. I was then told I need to show up and come to public comment, to which we did. Then we showed up again, and we took up 3 hours. We were told to play by the games of the City Commission, and that is exactly what we did. We got Ordinance 9999 passed, which I still see as a giant success, and I know that the Commission does as well. However, it is detrimental to hear that we are thinking about essentially changing around the rules, as it almost seems that you are trying to act as the people of Lawrence are against you. This is really difficult to hear, and I call on to not change how we do public.
Sir?
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm tall. Hi, so my name is Isaac Johnson. I don't actually have anything written or planned out. I wanted to talk about something that happened last week that I was just a little bit kind of concerned about, and this is namely on a movement to basically prevent the public from pulling something off the consent agenda. That's what I understood, at least. I was a bit worried about that because being able to pull something off the consent agenda gives the public the ability to take something and question that thing, ask more about it. And when the public doesn't have the ability to pull that off and bring up public comment about it, not like public comment, like commenting publicly on it, there emerges some issues with that, I think. Like, for example, when we passed Ordinance 9999 last week, which was great, thank you very much for helping us do that, it went by so fast in the movement that I missed that it happened. And if I missed that my own ordinance got passed, I do kind of question how ethical or how beneficial it is for the public to have things just on the consent agenda that can't be pulled off and questioned. Even more so, the movement that was passed last week wasn't very obviously explanatory on the agenda. You had to really kind of interrogate and look into what that means. And obviously, we as a public have to put some work into things, but also at the same time, I'm worried about things like accessibility. If, I'm a busy single parent and I have a child and I have a full-time job, am I able to sit around and kind of snoop around the website and figure things out? I'm not a legal expert. I'm not a government expert. These are just things that came to my mind. I was just concerned about those. I want to make sure that Lawrence stays a place that's friendly for Lawrenceans to input our thoughts or question. I want to trust the City Commission to be open to the public feedback and to helping us understand what's going on in our own city. We vote for you. We want good things to happen in our city. So those are just kind of my scattered thoughts about what happened last week. I just wanted to bring that up. I didn't get to do it so last week. I didn't know what happened back then. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Any other public comment, general public comment?
Hi there, I'm Kevin Elliott. I speak with the voice of one of the citizens of this community. The city has done a lot to improve.
Mayor, I'm sorry, someone's being very loud and I can't hear Kevin.
Excuse me, Sherry.
Kevin.
We need for you folks to be quiet so we can hear the speaker.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. The city has done a lot to try to improve services to the homeless of our community, and I appreciate that. You've worked with Lawrence Community Shelter to increase the number of beds, which was needed. Of course, now they're facing closure, so something's missing. But I want to talk about a particular problem, and I'm going to do this without breaking confidentiality. I ran into a single mom who was wanting to stay at a camp. I couldn't have that, so I worked with the community and got her into temporary shelter. Working together with the school district, with Family Promise, with the city, with a variety of sources, I got this woman and her 6-month-old baby sheltered for 1 week, and that's it. Family Promise said there's nothing they can do. There's something missing in our services if children are going homeless and unsheltered, and I need you desperately to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Other general public comment?
Sure. Hey, Kirby Evers here. I've been here before. I realize I can't talk about public comment at the moment. However, we are removing the big giant rock that's close by to this building.
Excuse me once again, I'm sorry. I would really appreciate if the audience would be quiet while we have public speakers up here. Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
If I make a recommendation, we're going to have a big empty space in there, and I would suggest a statue of John Brown. John Brown defended Lawrence from being burned down, at least once to my knowledge, as well as a general symbol of freedom within Kansas. And I think in Kansas, freedom is specifically a very big value to us. Democracy only works insofar as we are free to operate within it and comment and discuss freely within the community and among our leaders about issues that are important to us. Democracy without the input of the people, I don't think, is effective. It requires us to be rather involved. Of course, I'm just talking about random philosophy that has nothing to do with any later agenda items. But when it comes to the concept of freedom, the concept of an involved democracy, we can't limit it to a small portion of opinions. We need to have a large swath of the community to understand these concepts, to understand a full opinion of the people within our community. And while we can lend back to written comment, what assures us that we have maybe an opinion on that is something more public, whether it's protesting in the street, whether it's just going to a commissioner's house and yelling at their doorstep or something. Or maybe there's some institutional way by which people can just walk into City Hall and comment on their opinions on matters within the public. Whatever it may be, we have to make sure that we open that as much as possible. We have to make sure that we actually understand the voice of the people to properly do it. And we need every section of it. I've only sent one written message to you guys on a matter that I didn't think was pertinent to really reveal in public. But I think that for me, I'm glad that I have a voice up here. It's an element of freedom in our community. It's an element of democracy that I value in this community. And I think John Brown represents that. I think his statue should be put up. I think he represents the values of this town at the very least. And so as such, I think it would be good to just have a big giant 10-foot bronze or gold or silver statue of him with a gun and a Bible if you want. And that would be pretty cool. That'd be pretty poggers. Anyway, thank you for listening to me while I can. And otherwise, have a good day.
Other general public comment?
Amy Helmers, excuse me, I'm from South Lawrence. I also wanted to echo concern over something that happened last week. As Isaac was saying, I was here to watch the final consent approval of the ordinance 9999, and I was watching for something, and I also missed when it happened, so I have extreme concern that the public is no longer allowed to pull something off the consent agenda, because if we see that it's there to begin with, we need to be able to pull it off, to talk about it. So I want to voice my concern for that, and then in my right and understanding, public comment in general will be discussed later in the meeting.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
My name is Kathleen Christian, and I'm commenting on an article I read today in the Lawrence Times about the commission wanting to do away with public commenting.
Ma'am, that's going to be on our agenda a little bit later on, and you can speak at that time about that. Right now, this is just,
Confused about
that's okay.
Thank
You're fine. Thank you. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Great. My name is Rain Flores Pena. I'm also here as a member of No SB 180 in Lawrence, but also just as a general Lawrencian citizen since 2018. I am concerned about some things in the city, but since we can't talk about general comment, I'm just going to follow up with what the person suggested a couple folks ago about the Sacred Red Rock project. I think definitely public art is a very wonderful way to connect people together and uniting a message, especially a message of freedom and being able to express your opinion. And John Brown is really cool. But we must note that the Sacred Red Rock was stolen. I'm an indigenous man, trans man. It was stolen from Native people, and as much as I love John Brown, I would not be comfortable with putting up a huge statue of a big white guy. I know he was really cool, especially for the time, but I would like to suggest that maybe you could contact with many of the talented indigenous artists in this community, like, oh my gosh, off the top of my head, Mona Cliff. She's a great muralist in this community. There's so many, Haskell, there's so many wonderful people there, but it'd be nice to have some input if there were to be something new put up in that space where the Sacred Red Rock was from the Native community here, because, you know, we want to feel like we're included in Lawrence Matters, because we're citizens here too. Yeah, and thank you.
Thank you. Other general public comment on items that are not on the regular agenda?
Hello, my name is Monroe Hanson. I use they, them pronouns, and I am a Lawrence resident. I have been here for over 3 years, and I have really enjoyed living here. I think that Lawrence is a very special place. I think that we do things very different from other places in Kansas, and that's why a lot of people are here. And sometimes I see that we may be looking to other cities in Kansas for examples, and I wonder if maybe we should be setting our own example sometimes instead of following along. So in addition to that, I was here last week, and I was quite disappointed that Resolution 7496 was passed. I did speak at that time. This resolution eliminates the public's ability to remove items for further discussion and public comment on that agenda item. And I was here last week as well, and I was one of seemingly a few people that did notice that the consent agenda just kind of went by really fast, which is the purpose of the consent agenda. I understand you guys have to get through your meetings. But I think surely there must be another way to hear from the people that you are supposed to represent, rather than further restricting people's ability to comment on items that might be on the consent agenda. And then I have a different item that I would also like to talk about. I was poking around on the city's website, and I'm usually pretty good at finding information, but I was unable to really find a lot about the city permit and approval process. So I just wanted to ask a little question here about the Belgian waffle race permit, and if that is being considered, and who approves that, and where people that have problems with that might go, besides this wonderful public comment opportunity that I have here at the start of our meeting. The Belgian waffle race has transphobic race policies, and what I was able to find on the city website is that a permit can be denied or revoked if it conflicts with a city ordinance. So isn't it great that Ordinance 9999 was passed last week? So I think I would love to have access to some of that information on how the permit policy works. And then, finally, in my last 20 seconds, I would like to speak in support of a Crown Act here in Lawrence. I believe some people have emailed in about that, and I just want to iterate that a previous study by Dove in 2019 found that black women were 1.5 times more likely to be sent home or know of a black woman sent home from the workplace because of her hair. So
Thank you.
This is important.
Thank you, Monroe.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Other general public comment?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I kind of came in late, so I don't know all the public comments that's happened, but it seems some people are kind of unhappy with the changes made to consent agenda, and I just want to, I guess what I'm kind of unhappy about is the amount of time that the public was given. You know, the mayor asked for it to be considered, and then the next week it's brought here. The staff might have been ready for it, but I don't think the public was ready for it in 1 week. Because if the public was ready for it in 1 week, there would have been some of the people that are speaking now would have been here last week speaking against it then. And they weren't here because I don't think they really had enough time. Like, activists didn't have enough time to organize with each other. Because, I mean, it's not just one group that's affected, it's numerous groups that are affected by like changes to this, and they could have reached out with each other and come up with strategies. And I don't think they were given that chance because this was rushed through. And also, I think it should have been brought. I think it should have all been considered at the same time and not broken up into different segments. And also on something else. Last Tuesday, I was eliminated from the campaign race, which I'm okay with it, but here's my problem is we have the primary on the 1st of August, and that's when the renters and students are out of town, and I think that's who what I campaigned for, that's the group I think it would resonate with the most. And I just think it's kind of BS that we have an election to eliminate people, and we hold it when the students and renters, you know, they're out of town because you can't move in the 1st. I mean, your lease I don't know when the leases start. It's usually like the 3rd or 5th at least, though. I mean, the 1st, that's usually, you're not usually going to be moved in by then. So I think we should do away with our ordinance that lowers the threshold for when a primary happens. And I think if we didn't have that ordinance, we could have 9 people and not have a primary. And if we don't consider that, I think we need to look at ranked choice, because have this thing where we have a primary when the students and renters are gone, I think that needs to change. And I think y'all need to look at that. Thank you.
Chris, thank you. Any other general public comment?
Greetings, this is Jeremy Roth-Kushel. I want to speak to the physicality and the orality of this space. As we see, and it's very interesting to have actually a camera that's live streaming that's now filming what the mayor might call the audience, I guess. And the mayor's continual perpetration of disrespecting we, the members of the public here in person. You could use the public in person, the public online, rather than calling us the audience perpetually. I understand bad habits are hard to break. Put some effort in and do that. Meanwhile, let's look at the physicality of this space. There's a sense of where the chairs for we the people, AKA the audience, are non-permanent. They can be moved out. We're shoved between these different poles here. There's not that much room. We're sort of shoved against the back. There's a sense that the physicality of this space was designed without we, the people, the public, in mind. Then we have the issue of some of the actual real serious power structures in this town that have been identified before. It's not clear whether I can look over there at the power structures, talk about their position. I won't identify them by name, but we do know that, as I pointed out before, the history in this country of the city manager system comes directly out of Reconstruction era United States as it was beginning to move into the progressive era, when now free black Americans were beginning to organize in terms of their interests and their numbers in ways that would have been good not just for themselves, but more generally the entirety of the American people in relationship to certain illegitimate entrenched interests. At that point, certain power structures, including the Ku Klux Klan throughout the country, on up to the presidency in the figure of Woodrow Wilson, who infamously showed Birth of a Nation in the White House, basically white nationalism in the White House, supported the institution of the city manager system. So then what we have is this professional managerial class, not talking against the person in that position, but in terms of the institutional structure and power dynamics, we have a series of sort of traveling managerial classes. Again, manager coming out of a slavery system, the person in between the slaveholders and the slaves themselves to manage that. So I think we need to look then, of course, at city legal. We have a city legal group that came into power at the very same time as a now felon developer was pushing through a basically bought-off city commission things that were against the spirit of the town's laws.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any other general public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
Alex Kimball Williams.
Hey, I will lower my hand. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I wanted to speak in favor of the proposed Crown Act to be here in Lawrence. I've grown up in Lawrence. My dad was born here, his dad, and then before that we come off the plantation, and so we have a lot of experience here in the Lawrence area, Douglas County area, being and presenting as Black, among this community. And I don't know, I think that people think that Lawrence is a little bit more liberal or more welcoming of different hairstyles and different hair textures, and my experience has been completely the opposite. And if somebody with my looser hair texture and being light-skinned had that experience, I can only imagine, and I know that I've seen within my family how other people experience it here. Sorry. Discrimination against my hair has been the forerunner in my experience of racism. And, that's what I was made fun of, in school. And that's what has been pointed out in all of my jobs. And that's what people imply when they talk about, my appearance. And it's heartbreaking to know that's implied in order to earn money or to be seen in equal value as a student in a classroom, and to earn money for your family and to be safe at the park. I've got a 1-year-old now, and it's never been so apparent to me that people see me and based off of my hair decide that maybe she's not mine and decide, all these kinds of things. And so it's very important to me. I've experienced it particularly in working on businesses on Mass Street. The implication that professional business dress involves straight hair. And we know that studies show that people that had to use relaxers and had to straighten their hair are experiencing higher rates of cancer. And anything that local leadership can do to encourage a different environment than asking, Black women who spend the most on hair products, who spend the most time on their hair, already to continue to have to fit that mold. And the hair relaxers that I received were all here in Lawrence, Kansas. That was the environment that led me down that road. And it wasn't a question of whether I could go natural or anything until further into my adulthood. But I have a feeling I'm probably coming up on time. I just wanted to kind of share. I don't usually tell personal stories in my public comment. But this is just extremely important, and I would just love it if this was a focus of the commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. Any other public comment on Zoom?
Garrett Elliott Minnis.
Hi there. This is my first public comment, so it's very exciting for me. I also wanted to say that I am in favor of the Crown Act as well. I do believe people need to be able to, have their own natural hair. I'm also here with no SB 180 in support of, not capping the public comment. But I know I'm not allowed to speak about that right now. So let me say that my one concern that I have about Lawrence is the other day I got onto the City of Lawrence website and wanted to sign up the 2 children that I nanny for the tumble and play classes at the sports pavilion, which is amazing. However, I tried to do it on my phone, couldn't do it. I tried to have their mom do it on her phone. She couldn't do it. It kept glitching, wouldn't allow me to create or put in the birth date. And then we tried to do it on the desktop and still couldn't do it. It wasn't until I finally called that we were able to get them signed up. And I was told that I can come in and sign up that way, which is great. I'm fully aware that I am able to do it old school. However, we do live in a day and age that we enjoy convenience. So I would super love it if someone could please fix the website so I can spend the $10 to sign up my children for the tumble and play. And it's very important for me to be speaking right now because I am currently waiting for a tow truck to come and pick me up, or else I would be in that room talking to you in person. Can't wait to see you next week. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Garrett. Other public comment on the Zoom?
That's all the comments, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I don't know, does it bother you if I comment or ask a question or something about some of the things that were?
You mean where the questions were asked? I think
Yeah.
typically we do that at the.
Just want to make, so often they leave, and I just was concerned.
Yeah, typically what we do is ask that during the commission items, have staff look at the questions that have been asked, and then they can get back to those individuals, is what we've been doing.
Some of those things have been addressed or are being addressed by staff, so I won't be able to really comment on that till the end of the meeting if some of the people have brought those up.
But yeah.
Might hear our discussion at the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you.
It's okay. All right. Moving on to item D, consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion, approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda by a member of the governing body and considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item that has been removed from the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. So are there any commissioners that want to remove any of the items D1 through D7 on the consent agenda?
No, Mayor, but I did want to comment on how exciting it is that the Kennedy School might be engaging with us on a project that is mentioned here. That's very exciting.
Yeah, it is. It is. Commissioner Sellers, I didn't see if you had anything to pull.
I shook my head no.
No. Okay, thank you. Seeing none, then I'll ask if any commissioner wants to pull item D8 off the consent agenda for further discussion. None? None? Okay, and then now I'll ask if any members of the public would like to pull item D8 from the consent agenda. Any members on Zoom that would like to pull that item?
No, Mayor.
If not, then I would ask for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Is that adequate, Sherry?
That's perfect.
All right. Okay, we'll move on to the item F, which is the work session. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for live public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak on a work session item will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. So we are to receive the strategic plan update from the Connected City Outcome Team.
Right. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Melissa Sieben, Director of Municipal Services and Operations, and I have with me here tonight someone who's very familiar to you, Melinda Harger, our Assistant with MSO. We are just pulling up our slide deck here so that we can. All right. So tonight we're here to provide a Connected Cities update, which we haven't been here in a little while. We took a little break this summer, but we're back and we have lots to share with you regarding what we've been working on to improve the community through the Connected Cities outcome. Okay, do I have to go to see? Sorry, we're figuring this out together. So tonight, we're going to focus on 2 of our 14 progress indicators, and also follow that up with showing how we're actually trying to move progress on those indicators. And that will be probably a pretty interesting construction update for the folks here and online, as well as others in the community, to hear about what we've been doing, what we're going to be doing, and what's coming up in the future. So I want to remind you about what a connected city is. We are really working hard through this outcome to provide efficient and well-maintained infrastructure, as well as assets and facilities. But tonight we're really going to focus on the infrastructure component, particularly that of streets. Oh, yes. And so tonight we have prepared a video, which we're excited to share with you. And I'm hoping Kurt is back there and can pull that up for us and share the video that explains these 2 key performance indicators related to streets and transportation experience. Oh, that could be one.
I believe it might have been emailed, but we could also show it at the end. So we could proceed and then show the video at the end. That works.
Or I can send it to you right now. Okay. I think it was sent by Michael Leos. But
Yeah,
so
Michael
I have
Leos.
it,
Yes,
so.
sorry, apologize. All right, shall we go on? Or wait, do you have it? Sorry, trying to incorporate something new into our presentation, make it a little more dramatic, and now it's really dramatic.
Do you have it, Kurt? No.
Okay.
So let's move on.
Thank you, Sherry.
I just sent it, Kurt, twice.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on. So what the video talks about is the emphasis on our street maintenance program, and okay, we can't move anything forward here. But our progress indicator is around satisfaction with major city streets, and the other one is around your transportation experience as it relates to driving. These are 2 of the 14 indicators, and we're hoping that by working on these 2, we're going to have pretty significant impacts on the remaining 12 indicators for Connected City. So the first one, as you noted, is our major city streets while he's working on the video. And in this approach that the video will discuss is actually how we're trying to apply asset management strategies as well as corridor management practices to improve people's satisfaction as they use major city streets. Not sure, is he almost got it up? I'm seeing lots of things moving. I see the video. This is a good sign, guys. Here we go.
Yes, this is looking real good.
Okay. That sounds good. Well, it'll be available soon on a social media outlet or websites near you for you to see. But the other component of it as well is the emphasis in and around your transportation experience, which impacts more than just driving, but particularly tonight we're going to be talking a lot about driving experiences, but we're going to talk about where that impacts other forms of mobility and sort of how the work that we're doing in this area will actually have an impact on everyone's experience related to a connected city. So without further ado, and no video, I'm going to turn this over to Melinda to give you some really amazing updates that everyone is probably dying to hear.
Yes, so a lot of, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. So a lot of What goes into CC1 and CC2 is the work that we're doing on our streets, street maintenance, street reconstruction. So we wanted to highlight those projects that we've been working on and what's coming up in the future. So first, we'll start with those projects that are wrapping up. East 19th Street is now open. It was completed the end of June. On a lot of these slides, you'll see that we're highlighting the pavement condition index. So the pavement condition index was originally developed by the Army Corps of Engineers for airfields, and then it was later modified for roadway pavement. It's an index of 0 to 100, with 100 basically being a completely new street, perfect rideability and condition. And so on some of these, you will notice a dramatic change in the PCI values. So on this section of East 19th Street from Harper to O'Connell, it had a PCI of 24.8 that was measured in 2017 when we started thinking of the project, planning the project, entering into design, and then at completion a little over a month ago, the PCI is now 100. Some of the things we wanted to highlight in addition to the pavement condition index and that drastic change is that we did utilize the corridor approach on this project. So as I'm probably going to sound like a broken record as I go through these, but we're looking at that now as part of our efficient and effective processes, utilizing asset management, making sure we only touch a corridor one time and take care of all the assets within that corridor that need improvement. So along this corridor, there were water line improvements, replacement, storm sewer, there was sidewalk added, as well as a shared use path. So that, as well as one other thing I wanted to highlight on here is our commitment, community engagement. This project went through a lot of community engagement, a lot of planning to arrive at the design that we are at today. Another project that will be partially opening in 2 weeks is 9th Street from Iowa to Emory. This is full depth pavement patching. If you had driven this prior to us closing it for street maintenance, you would understand the value of 42. So basically the way PCI values go, if it's below a 55, it's in poor condition, and 55 and above is fair. So that puts this in some perspective with a 42. This was one of those projects that was first identified as a street reconstruction, street maintenance program project, and really focused on mill and overlay. But it also led us to do a lot of full depth pavement patching, improving drainage. There was some drainage issues, especially as you got toward the bottom of the hill. So new inlets, improved drainage in intersections, and this is one of the projects within our annual street maintenance program, funded around $9 million a year, that really gets at that CC1 value, which is satisfaction with the condition of our streets. And so this is one of those projects where we're, been listening to the public and trying to invest more of those dollars into street maintenance and into our multimodal infrastructure. There's some improvements at Crestline Drive adjacent to our multimodal project. That will open up prior to Monday or first thing Monday morning. So we will eliminate that lane closure on Bob Billings ahead of KU students moving in. So we've been coordinating a lot with KU on this project. This project to replace this section of Crestline with new concrete pavement, it was in collaboration with KU as part of this project to really invest in the long-term needs of this project. If that would have remained in its current condition, in a year or two with buses going over that section really would have had some degradation and had operational impacts of having to shut down this section, because this is where all the buses will enter into the new central station facility. So with these concrete improvements, putting in concrete pavement, that means less shutdowns in the future for maintenance. Concrete requires less of those maintenance treatments. It's a more sustainable product long-term because of that reason. And we really looked at using our efficient and effective process commitment on this to ensure that this work would be done ahead of the facility going into operations. So that will happen at the first of the year, and then also ahead of KU students returning. So it's quite a push to get that one done. So some ongoing projects that we'll complete here within a few months are, I wanted to highlight East 23rd Street. So this project is a project 18-month construction schedule. It is on schedule, continuing as planned on the original schedule that was laid out. So we're looking at completion by the end of this year, so late December. The PCI value in that section of East 23rd was a 38 back in 2019, and when it completes, we're saying 2024, but that's in January. We will confirm that it's at the PCI of 100 with great rideability. This project, I want to highlight the community engagement commitment. This had a corridor study done in 2019, lots of engagement with the surrounding stakeholders and businesses. And again, the corridor approach and equity and inclusion, as you see the different utilities that were replaced here and the multimodal improvements that were added with additional pedestrian crossings, transit stops, and overall, the entire corridor is going to be a really good entrance and gateway into the community as that project wraps up. Queens Road. So Queens Road was an unimproved road that was designed to city standards with one lane each direction, with a center turn lane. The improvements here were needed because of increased traffic in the area, as well as the need for reliable emergency services. So this impacts other outcomes as well. And along with some of those improvements, of course, it's all new infrastructure in that area. There's a traffic signal being put in at 6th and Queens, and this will also complete this winter. So just wanted to give some highlights on that. So some upcoming projects. These are ones that have recently, either they're entering advertisement or these are projects that recently bid. So you will see coming to you in the next month a recommendation to award the Wakarusa project. So that project bid last Tuesday. We had the low bidder. We're evaluating all of that now, but it came in well within the engineer's estimates, so that was exciting. And that project will start construction here within the next 2 months. But first you'll see that award coming to you. And one thing to highlight on the Wakarusa Drive project, again, PCI of 43. We did have to do some patching just to get through the winter, so you may have noticed some patching on there. They're going to start with utilities, and that's why they really can't start on the pavement until we replace utilities and other things there and work on subgrade. So complete reconstruction. Wakarusa Drive, like many of our street projects, had the community engagement period with selection of the multimodal enhancements. Here there will be 10-foot shared use path on both sides of the street. So, and then there was a lot of coordination with, what's going to be happening south of there with the interchange. So all of that also went into the project. And then we threw in a Lawrence Loop project. I know it's not a street reconstruction or maintenance. However, this project will advertise really soon and be completed over the winter. And it does provide another mode of transportation. And just wanted everyone to know when they see construction starting in a couple months in this area by the depot, what's going on. So wanted to highlight that. Again, the commitments, equity and inclusion, environmental sustainability, and community engagement. So looking ahead at the projects that we have in the proposed 5-year CIP that will be adopted here within the next month and a half, we have several projects that we've already started on design. Some of these will be starting design in early 2024. So highlight some of these projects. We have 6th Street, Mass to Folks, so a very long stretch of 6th Street. Again, looked at the PCI value. It's an average of 50 through that corridor, but there's a lot of other needs with traffic signal improvements, storm sewer improvements, water line improvements, ADA ramps, shared use paths. So the thought of this project, there were some street maintenance program funds that initiated the need for this project, and through the corridor approach, we are adding funds from other programs as we identify these additional needs with the utilities. So That does tend to take more time as we look at the corridor approach. So just want to mention, this is why some of these designs we may have estimated at a shorter time period, but there's land acquisition and other things that sometimes, getting the correct easements and working with businesses and other stakeholders to move this forward. So we are looking at wrapping up design this year, may even have this brought to you for bid award before the end of the year, but we're looking at most of that constructional for the first half of next year. And 11th Street, this project is in design, PCI of 26. So substantial degradation, as you can see a little bit from the picture here. This is along a KU bus route, so there was a lot of coordination with KU. Again, storm sewer and sanitary sewer improvements, water line replacement, sidewalks, and a bike facility all added through this corridor. On this project, again, wanting to highlight community engagement, equity and inclusion, and environmental sustainability. And then Iowa Street, this project, we're just going to be starting design, and we're looking at construction. We may be advertising about this time next year. We're hoping to advertise and award that before the end of 2024 with construction in 25. PCI value is right there at the current state. It's right there on that limit of falling into poor condition. This is, of course, a highway section, so the extents of this are the improvements that we did to the north to Irving Hill Road with those improvements, Bob Billing in Iowa. We were picking up right where that transition happened, the old to the new street design, and then improvements were done at 19th in Iowa, but not the street sections to the north and south of that. And there's coordination with the KU Crossing project also as part of this project. And then a project that you'll see listed in the proposed 5-year CIP that we would start design with is Bob Billings from Castle to Monterey Way. We want to highlight on this one, it would be the first street project that fully falls within the new Sustainable Capital Projects policy. So as we put out an RFP for design for this, we are looking at highlighting, that envision goal to be third-party verified at that verified level, and that may change some of how we do the design, right? To select more sustainable features or other aspects to increase the sustainability. So right now we know this will have multimodal improvements in storm sewer in addition to the street reconstruction. And the last project that I want to highlight that we'll be getting started and working on throughout 2024 is a multimodal corridor study for Mass Street between 14th and 23rd. If you drive that corridor, you'll see there's many different configurations of the street. And we want to look at how to enhance some of the multimodal offerings in that area. Also, listen to stakeholders. We know that's where we have a crossing coming off of the bike boulevard. What other bike facilities could we put in that area? There's improvements possible to the water line and storm sewer, so the evaluation of that would be part of it. But this project is only funded through the initial corridor study. At this time, the rest is unfunded, but we would be able to have better cost estimates and scope and let you know what the community needs are as we complete that study. So in conclusion, just wanted to highlight those street maintenance and construction dollars in the 5-year CIP. So in the proposed 2024 to 2028, we do have over $8 million in the CIP, and you can see a big portion of that is that street maintenance program. And with that program, just want to highlight that we're always using, asset management, looking at the street conditions. There's projects that can shift timing, but depending on need and coordination with other projects. If we're working on a water line project, there's times we will pull dollars from the street maintenance program in order to correctly, bring that, instead of just having patching over the water line, for instance, we may do a mill and overlay or a more complete street reconstruction. We did some of that with like the 17th and Alabama project. So just want to highlight that we are always looking through efficient, effective processes and asset management on how we spend those dollars. So we're ready for any questions you have on the projects, and we do have some of the project managers on Zoom. So if you have detailed questions that I cannot pull off the top of my head, then they're available as well. Oh, and we have the video ready? Is that what I heard?
Do we have that, Kurt?
Okay.
In the meantime, we'll go ahead and see if any commissioners have any questions.
Mayor, I want to start with 6th Street, Mass to Folks Road. You don't have to go to the slide if you don't want to. I'm interested, as I will be on all of these larger projects, in protected bike lanes, the discussion of their existence or not, and versus shared use paths. I would, in the case maybe of 6th Street, less so, but some of the others perhaps being overbuilt and being able to use some of that space for protected bike lanes. I just want to know how that discussion will unfold and how the public will be able to give their recommendations of how we could increase the bike usage, especially in some of those spaces that are connected to the loop, not just for recreation, but for transportation.
And I would probably need either Dave Cronin or the project manager, Steve Lashley, to talk about the specific conversations that have already taken place related to that. I know some of this has already gone to MMTC, and also there's been conversations with the community on what the needs are and what is warranted and available within that corridor. We do have some limits with right-of-way through there. So if Steve Lashley is on and able to speak to some of what was selected as in terms of bike facilities and what was the process on that, and is some of that still being decided?
Yeah, good evening. Steve Lashley, Senior Project Engineer. I saw Jake Baldwin look like he was going to pop in there too, so he might need to follow up in some support here. But generally speaking, we are including, and it's really two separate projects, but overall we're looking at 6 Iowa to Mass and overlapping time periods and work coming in 2024. But just looking east of Iowa for 6th Street to Wisconsin, there'll be a shared use path that's going to be installed on the north side of the road. And I believe, as part of the future potential concept of running north on Wisconsin to 5th Street, I believe 5th Street and or 7th Street are on the secondary funding network, if I'm not misspeaking. So that's the designated route for the bicycle routes. It would be like 5th Street going east from Wisconsin. On west of Iowa Street, there's existing shared use path, I believe, from west of Monterey Way, if not Folks Road, on the south side of the road. And there's currently projects that are being bid for a shared use path installation on the north side of 6th Street, from going west from Iowa to Lawrence Avenue. And Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, there'll be another future phase that's planned from Lawrence to Monterey Way and or Folks. So that's where the bicycle facilities or those other concepts are actually in the works, as I understand it. Jake, you want to take it from there?
Hey, good evening. Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager at MSO. Commissioner Shipley, I kind of heard your question is how do people weigh in on the concepts that are pushed forward and eventually built? And generally speaking, we have a level of service for the existing bicycle facility on a road, and we've got design guidelines that offer up what sort of solutions are possible within those corridors. So typically for these projects, what we do is we work with a consultant and these tools to bring options to the Multimodal Transportation Commission and get their recommendation, and then thus bring them to the City Commission. And really those two meetings are kind of the touch points for the public, in addition to any specific public engagement that happens within those projects. And typically, I'm thinking of the project on Bob Billings from Monterey Way to Castle. We're going to have some public engagement because we've got a lot of options in that corridor on how that can end up. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I'll get to that one. I was asking specifically about the 6th Street corridor. So the space, I just want to be clear, the space that would be used up, from Iowa to Massachusetts, those are narrow sidewalks, I think, on both sides. So the suggestion, as I understand it at this moment, is for one of those to be shared use, which would widen the sidewalk on one side or another, I think, as Mr. Lashley suggested. I presume that means there will be some public domain or other. Why is that? Making a sidewalk, a public, or a shared use path more advantageous when we could consider, for example, a protected bike lane, which might take up the same amount of space but have a completely different design pattern.
I think some of the constrictions, of it's an arterial street, and putting bike lanes on an arterial street such as 6th Street is not necessarily advised. But as you mentioned, about the protected bike lane, mainly this is a mill and overlay project, and we're not doing planning major geometric changes to the street. And then the shared use path corridor is from Wisconsin. It's at the west end of this job. Or the project here on this corridor from Wisconsin to Iowa Street. And I believe the bike routing, as mentioned earlier, is designated in terms of the secondary funding network, I believe takes that route to 5th Street. So that is technically the planned routing for the bicycle facilities, and not necessarily on 6th Street itself.
Sure. They have protected bike lanes in all over this nation in much bigger cities than ours. I refuse to accept as an excuse that it's a larger street, except that we're not thinking about it right now, or we're not planning for it. Additionally, I would say that if when we do these projects, as Melinda has pointed out, we take in water and other things into consideration, we should take the future into consideration, which is that people prefer to ride their bikes. So I just want to make sure that I've been as clear as I can about that on this. Let's go ahead and move on to, I don't have much to say about Indiana and Ohio, to be honest. Bob Billings and Castle, Jake, you mentioned that. I think that's another great opportunity for a protected bike lane. My personal feeling is that's always been overbuilt, and it is still overbuilt. And when you spend millions and millions of dollars to replace it, it probably still will be overbuilt, especially if we don't use protected bike lanes. So do you want to talk to me about how the public can weigh in on that?
Sure. Hi, again, Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. So really, we'll start by defining the scope of services that our engineering consultant will perform, and part of that will be public engagement services. So we'll work with our public engagement team to identify what level of effort that takes. But being a complete reconstruction with lots of options on the table, we're going to look for something that's fairly collaborative to see what the best use of that corridor is. And again, we would probably end up presenting multiple options for the Multimodal Transportation Commission to consider, which the public could obviously weigh in and make their feelings felt as well, in addition to the touch points of that public engagement process.
Great, thank you. The Mass Street corridor from 14th to 23rd. I know even commissioners in the past, it seems to me that from 23rd to 19th, frankly, on Mass Street, again, is an opportunity for protected bike lanes. Again, an overbuilt road, too many lanes for a residential area. It's easy for us to say we'll do bike amenities or whatever. I'd like to know if there's real consideration being given to making this actually part of a real bike corridor. It's already got connections to 21st Street. So I'd like to know some more about that.
Again, Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager with MSO. And I'll step in to answer this one, and it's going to be really similar to what I just spoke about on Castle Street Bob Billings between Castle and Monterey Way. And we're looking at a really robust community engagement plan there with a consultant to bring the public in, bring the stakeholders in, identify what those options are and what the preferred and consensus solution is there.
Thank you. My last week might be for you. I try to keep track, and I have lost, sadly, track. We did some really great alleyway projects here downtown, and then, of course, in some of the neighborhoods that have alleyways. It's not in your presentation here, but could you keep me up to date on which alleyways are coming up? Because I do think we budgeted them. Thanks.
Yes, we have a lot of alleys under design, basically all the alleys that's in the 5-year plan, and I'll just prompt Steve to be ready and pull up that list because he has that list ready. But what we're looking at this year with some of that alley funding is to do some of the in-house work and the design that's on the with the consultants, and we plan to bid that work and start in the spring with some additional construction that you would actually, see it happening out there in the alleys. But this is a big design year, and some of what we're trying to do is also coordinate. We've heard from the public that, adjacent streets, if we shut down adjacent streets, we think of like 19th and 23rd. Let's time those a little different. And so that also plays into some of the considerations as we're doing some other street maintenance work on adjacent and parallel streets. So. And Steve, do you have that list? Do you want to hear the list for 20?
Well, I do get asked about it, and I do remember the first couple of years, and then I lost track. So when I'm asked, I'm excited about, weirdly, I'm excited about alleyway work, especially downtown when it's particularly dangerous for sanitation workers in some of those spaces. So I would just like to be able to tell people, the ones that were done are so fantastic, and I just want people to know and be excited that that's coming.
Yeah, the ones coming in the spring, Steve, do you have the list of 4 or 5 locations?
Yes, the ones for what was originally lined up as a 2023 bid package. So essentially we had 20 alleyways identified for design, basically looking at taking this from 2023 to 2026. But the first 5 or 6 that we're looking at to go to bid later this year or first of this next year is the 900 block between Mass and New Hampshire, the 1200 block between Louisiana and Ohio Street, 1300 block between Tennessee and Ohio, the 900 block between Mississippi and Illinois, which would be just the north-south section of a T-shaped alley, 800 block between New Hampshire and Rhode Island, the midsection of that, basically by where the farmers market is at. Basically, there's a stretch in there that's needs improvement, and then also the 700 block between Mass and New Hampshire is what we're looking at the first round of alleys to go to bid and construction. There's another 14 of them if you want me to go down the list.
That's okay.
And I think it's on that dashboard, that portal as well.
Thank you,
it would be visible on that.
That was a great segue into, we have a new interactive city projects interactive map, and so we were calling it internally our dashboard, so I have to try to say interactive map. It is on the lawrenceks.org/construction page, and so there's a map with all the right-of-way permits, and so that's whether a developer's doing work, other utility is doing work, it could be Evergy or Black Hills or any of them. And then the interactive map for city projects is specifically our capital projects. So if they're run by our team with a project number, they'll be on that map, and they start they get added to that when we're in pre-design, design phase, all the way through construction. And I think we even leave some on there through the warranty phase. So once they go inactive, so they're out of their warranty period, we do take them off the list, but you'll see anything that is active, and you'll see what the budget is, the scope of work, what the anticipated, the project start date, but as well as the construction start and end date. And that's all available to the public as well. So,
and just to clarify, since I'm excited about alleyways for whatever reason, you would determine the priority of those the same you do with streets and sidewalks. Thank you.
Same with streets, and also things can adjust and shift if needs shift. So Steve mentioned those projects. That's our intent, is to bid those. We'll have to look at within the budget, can we do all of those that we put out? Will we have to have some, alternates? But we're hoping within the budget we have for alley rehab in the coming year that we can award all of those.
Thank you very much.
Other questions?
Just a couple real quick. One, well, I'll start by saying the number one complaint is our streets aren't in good condition. The number two complaint is we're spending too much time fixing the streets. So I'll ask about 9th Street. I get a lot of questions about, you said it's going to be open in 2 weeks partially?
Yes.
With KU starting, and what does partially mean? Does it mean one direction, or do we know?
So I'll prompt Steve to be ready. He was going to be ready for this question. Initially, the construction completion date contractually was this week.
That's what I was thinking.
We've run into, as we do with some of these street reconstruction projects, more areas needed of full depth, subgrade prep and replacement, full depth patching. So that did delay the project. I believe there's a couple extra weeks that were being negotiated right now. But Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe by the 23rd, a section of that will be open to unrestricted traffic. Can you clarify which section by the 23rd?
The plan right now, or based on the anticipated schedule, we're looking at between Iowa and Emory being open to unrestricted traffic by the 23rd is based on our current schedule from the contractor. And that work will continue going east to Illinois, so the entire corridor actually goes to Illinois Street, but this particular stretch is what they're working on first as a first phase. The goal to get this stretch done prior to a lot more traffic in town, and school.
And when will that second phase start from Emory to Illinois? Is that immediately, or is that after a few?
It would be contiguous. So yeah, basically it's looking at it as progressing from west to east to Illinois and opening up areas back behind there. So once we can get into like the wider sections, we are able to have traffic and be able to perform the work under traffic by, closing 2 lanes and keeping 2 lanes open for traffic, continuing east and west.
And thank you, Steve. The other question I had, I think it was sometime a couple months ago, MSO started an email that goes out with the weekly road construction, which I appreciate. I think folks appreciate that. But I wondered if what it would take to add. It seems like the only thing you announce is when a project's about to start. I mean, either that the project is complete, or is there more information you could put out as projects move along?
Well, Melissa Sieben, Director of Municipal Services, we were actually having a conversation about that today. Part of it is we're working to try and embed the Lawrence KS / construction in there so people can see that. But we are actually talking about celebrating successes with our new communications director that just started. And one of those things is we need to do better about telling people when we're done with projects. So we will work on that for you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Can I piggyback on your 9th Street question, Commissioner? I do know it's a little messy there when the school kids get out between 3 and 4:30-ish. Is that part of the reconstruction that you all have done?
I'm trying to understand the question. Are you?
So if you attempt.
Sunset, I think it is.
Yeah.
I don't think there's been any reconfiguration.
There's no reconfiguration, geometric changes to 9th Street.
Okay.
So if you're asking about additional lanes or space or anything like that, that is not part of the street maintenance project.
Although at some point it did seem like if the lines were, then people would know they could get around, but that'll be part of it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Sellers, any questions?
I didn't have a question, but I may have just answered it in doing some research while I was listening to everyone. And Melinda, or you may have the answer for this. I don't see Evan on, but I know I've seen in several of the examples given tonight, there's been some ADA projects built into that. And I know this kind of goes with continuous funding. Are we not seeing any opportunities for ADA dollars with any of the major infrastructure bill, federal dollars with the infrastructure, bipartisan infrastructure, or the Inflation Reduction? Anything in there to help leverage some of our CIP dollars to help move some of these ADA components of some of these of the projects along?
I will share the information I know. The more a project includes components, that enhance equity and inclusion in a community, the better chance you have at getting some of the grants. But I have not seen any standalone grants for ADA right-of-way work. A lot of that is part of the transition plan, and Evan's been working on that, and we'll have that early next year. Communities across the country are facing this. And so what we're doing with the ADA funds we have available right now is addressing the ramps as much as we can. And then we have separate projects right now, addressing the sidewalk hazards and full ADA reconstruction of city blocks, when just panel replacement would not achieve the ADA compliance. But we're going to have, I think, a more comprehensive plan with that ADA right-of-way plan when that transition plan comes out. And that may also identify areas where we can really target for grants. But that's not something that TFG, the consultant that's been assisting us, is we had list all of our CIP projects that we've seen any that are specific to that.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. I do have one question. On the street maintenance program, the $55.5 million that we are proposing for the CIP over the next 5 years, is that all sales tax dollars?
It is not. Yeah, it's a combination of general obligation debt. There's a small portion of that, $2 to $3 million a year for that. Then there's gas tax, some infrastructure sales tax, and then in some later years, there's a little bit of general fund in there.
General fund, okay. How does the amount that's proposed over the next 5 years compare to the previous 5 years, like from 2019 to 2023?
It's a significant increase. Now, I'm going off of memory, but I thought it was around $40 million in the previous 5-year CIP,
Right.
But I'm not sure if that was 22 on or if it's the current 23 on. But there is a significant increase in the 5-year CIP dollars for
Thank you. That's great to hear. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. This is a public comment item, so I believe, isn't it? Yes.
Would you like the video?
Oh, the video, is it ready?
Others, not myself, but others worked really hard on this, and they're we want the public and all of you to see it. So.
A connected city is one of 5 outcomes that the City of Lawrence is working to achieve. By creating a connected city, we can become a community where all enjoy life and feel at home. A connected city has well-maintained and efficient infrastructure, and it supports accessible and sustainable methods for safely moving people and information throughout the community. Becoming a connected city means we are active stewards of our city's infrastructure, where we are making a major push to improve your satisfaction with city streets. We have heard your concerns and have set out an ambitious plan to improve the pavement conditions throughout Lawrence by investing more than $80 million in street maintenance and improvements over the next 5 years. Our team has been directing resources to modernize the way we manage this critical infrastructure. At the heart part of this work is embracing a systematic approach to maintenance, rehabilitation, and the replacement of roadway assets. The goal is to reduce the life cycle costs of Lawrence street infrastructure by extending its life and reducing the overall cost of ownership. The result will be improved satisfaction by our community as the streets are given the right treatment at the right time. We are also investing in the safety and connectivity by making sure pedestrians, bikes, and automobiles can all use the roadways in a safe and efficient manner. Regardless of your method of mobility, the City of Lawrence team wants to provide an elevated experience by creating opportunities that minimize commutes and provide access to basic needs. Whether it is enhancing signal timing to ensure less idle time or removing potholes for a smooth ride, our goal is to improve your satisfaction of the condition of streets and transportation experiences.
All right, thank you. That was great. Appreciate that. All right, we will now move it to public comment for this item.
Well, I guess my first point would be, why couldn't we save the money on that video if the only reason we had to show it for this presentation is because people worked hard on it? How much money did that take to put together? Because I didn't hear anything in there but rah, 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 good for us. And check him out with the camera view again. He's got other cameras. But I guess the only other question, I won't take a lot of your time, but my viewers were curious about how much that video cost. And then why we're spending that time to do that, and then when it's really not important for the presentation that was given. And then the other thing that I would personally like to know is, since we do have the MSO director in the room, can we not get an update on what's going on with the lawsuit that the Teamsters filed? And maybe some of that money on that video could have been put over to their contract and keep them going? You know, because those are the people that are actually doing the work out there. You guys might want to start taking care of your city employees. And then finally, I heard Mayor Larson right there, you said, that's great, we're putting 55, that's so much great, we're putting 15 more million dollars toward this. God, I'd love to hear you guys say that about homeless crisis intervention. You know, you guys throw money around right and left, but then you starve the people that are trying to help. You guys are starving LCS. What could they do with 15 million extra dollars? What could they do with the money that it took to make that video? You guys need to think about these things, because there's people that need help, and we have a lot of wasted money in this town.
Any other public comment on this item?
Hi. I guess while we're on the subject, I would like to consider that in any of these plans, it's good to have, I don't know, good public infrastructure and everything. This is good. Maintain the streets, extend them where they need to go, but also what needs to be considered is walkability within the city. Now, we've made measures to try to get more public transportation available to the community, and that has helped a great bit. That is good, and we can even improve upon that. But I think what needs to be considered is kind of a view of walkability. And what that means is reducing in certain areas roads to encourage foot traffic in that area. We see in downtown, we have plenty of parking and everything, but whenever we shut down the streets entirely, it becomes an entirely different culture. Part of this is because in these environments, we can encourage people to just take to the streets, to communicate, to be able to walk freely in them, and rather than making our community stick to just cater to cars. It's something that is kind of concentrated in Europe. A lot of European programs will kind of have this concept of trying to make sure that we bring in more parks, we bring in more areas. But if we just keep on making roads, if we keep on just creating ones to maintain, it will just become more car-centric. And the problem with that is that working class individuals, just even people trying to pull themselves out of homelessness, can't afford a car, can't afford a lot of vehicles. And as such, making the city more accessible to others should be something that can be prioritized. I think it should be considered in the future, and it's just a concept that I don't think is really talked about a lot within the community in general. Part of that is just because we're in Kansas and this subject doesn't really come up that often. This is much more a Chicago, New York issue. But I think it's something important here that we don't kind of get into that suburban sprawl issue that like Los Angeles is dealing with. A lot of cities, I think, are dealing with kind of this issue of rot from car-centric cities. And I ask that the council at least look into the concept of walkability, walkable cities. I think this would be something that would be popular among voters as well. And so it's not necessarily something that would be unpopular, I believe, at the very least. I think anyone can get behind this. I think anyone can support this. It's just a matter of opening the discussion to that. And I'm glad we're able to have that discussion still, continually, for an entire 3 minutes. Anyway, I won't push it any further, but thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
Hi there. So my name is Monty Koesch Johnson, as I have stated before. I would like to say I don't think many people understand why O'Connell Road is named O'Connell Road. It is named after the foster home that I actually work for. And I want to make that clear, as if we are planning on doing extreme changes to said roads and said in that area, it is already a pain to have to drive all around the city to pick up kids from their schools and to drop them off. I have to drive on 23rd Street to get to my work, and that has already extended my time, as I can never completely guess if I'm going to be 10 minutes late or not because of the 23rd Street traffic that has been worked on consistently since I have arrived here in Lawrence. What I'm trying to say is that I think it needs to be considered. Walkability and public transit consideration would be very, very helpful, along with pressuring the commissioners to put money in almost a better area. As I've also taken notice that a lot of these streets are Bob's Billings Parkway and Iowa Street. That is what we want to fix. And I would like to state that in my experience in Lawrence, I have noticed that where the potholes reside most are on the other side of the city, I think, closer to around where Third Eye Sadie's is and further that way. So I'm just saying that I think it needs to be considered, maybe working in putting that money in a different area, along with you should take into the citizens that need to drive on those roads. I'm totally for walkable cities. If we can make that a pressure, I'm absolutely for that. But in my experience personally and with my job, I absolutely need to be able to drive on those roads in an easier way. I cannot be late to picking up my kids from school. I cannot be late to dropping off my kids at their schools. And if we do all of this construction at once, then we need to be able to, think more about the people that are affecting through this construction, especially when there are potholes that need to be fixed all around the city in many areas that aren't just Bob's Billings Parkway, O'Connell Drive, or O'Connell Road, and Iowa Street. Thank you.
Thanks. Other public comment on this item?
Hello. I wanted to speak on different ways to transport oneself besides a car. I think it's really important to have that in mind because a lot of people can't afford a car, especially people like me being on a fixed income SSDI. It's difficult to have a car and use it all the time, and I've lived in different cities and I lived in different countries, and this city is the least bicycle friendly city that I've ever lived in. I used to live by 23rd, and it just did not feel safe, and then I felt I was inconveniencing people that were using the sidewalk, and some places in Lawrence I don't really know where you can even ride a bike, and then people with different mobility devices. So I just wanted to put that out there, kind of echoing what some people were saying about maybe focusing on some other forms of transportation besides cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item? Hi.
I'm Joe Douglas. I'm from Lawrence. I'd just like to add my support to the idea of protected bike lanes. I really like the designated bicycle lanes. I use them, and I feel somewhat safer with them, but I was just in Vancouver recently and saw a lot of really protected bike lanes, and wow, they really make a difference. And I think we're going to see more and more people riding electric assisted bicycles. So there are going to be a lot of people potentially using our streets without the use of cars, and I think we need to anytime we can to build the streets so that those people will be cyclists will be protected. So thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
Hi, my name is Monroe Hanson. I use they, them pronouns, and I am a Lawrence resident. I have been here for over 3 years, and my car broke down several months ago, and I can't, it's not really worth fixing it, and I can't afford a new car, so I have had the pleasure of getting acquainted with our bus system. And I am so very glad that Lawrence has a functioning bus system. There are many, many cities in Kansas that do not. However, you know, I've had a lot of difficulty with the buses here. They only come every half hour or every hour. Sometimes they come early or they come 10 minutes late, and I'm standing outside in 100-degree weather for like 15 minutes. It happens weekly that I run to catch my bus and miss it, or that it comes late and it's been very hot. So I understand bad roads, and I understand wanting to have roads that are nice and that are drivable. We do live in the Midwest. People like their cars. I also, when we are considering these construction initiatives and these expenses, I would like us to not just think about how can we make this okay, how can we make this like passable again just for cars, but how can we actually improve on our infrastructure as a whole? How can we make this more navigable for buses? How can we make some of the routes make a little bit more sense? How can we make things closer together and more walkable? So rather than just kind of patching up the holes, and however many millions of dollars that costs, maybe we can make some improvements with that. There are, again, a lot of people without vehicles that rely on buses, that rely on walking around. I've walked around this city a lot, even before my car broke down, because I like to take walks. And there are places where sidewalks just disappear, where I'm walking on the side of the road. And that's really unsafe, and I don't know why we have that. And I would also like to mention 23rd Street, which has been under construction past Barker all the way to K10 for over a year. Are all these other construction projects, like, are we going to block off Iowa for over a year and not get better buses out of it, not get something that's more walkable? I don't understand how that is going to improve Lawrence for the people that live here, and for the people that visit, and for our students that come and go, many of whom also do not have vehicles. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Public comment on this item? On Zoom?
Garrett Elliott Minnis.
Hi there. I just wanted to comment on the patching situation that you guys are going to do. You guys just, well, I mean, not you guys, but, you know, the city just patched a bunch of areas on around Castled and Peterson. But between, I'd say, 6th and Castled I'm not really sure. I can't give you the right thing. Anyways, you guys redid the road right there, but then you patched the rest of it, okay? I'm not a road construction worker, but my dad is. And I know that those patches are going to have to be fixed after the upcoming winter. All that ice is going to get underneath there. It's going to bring it right back up, and you guys are going to have to end up spending money again. So what I want to know is why. I do understand that, recreating an entire road is going to be that much more expensive, but why not just do that instead of having to consistently patch it every single year after every winter? Also, I do kind of find it to be a little crappy that the new road only goes to a certain amount down Castle and then turns into those patches. It doesn't make the road any better. It's actually significantly bumpier than I think it was before you guys did the patches. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Other online or Zoom?
Kimball Williams.
Hey, sorry, it's me again. So yeah, I went to, I got my undergrad at Haskell in environmental science, and currently I work as an international human rights researcher on the climate crisis. But when I was working at the health department as a health equity planner, I had the opportunity to work alongside Laura McCulloch on safe routes to school maps for all the area elementary and middle schools. And I was very shocked, growing up in the Prairie Park neighborhood where, there's no major roads going through that neighborhood. And it was safe for me to walk to school. It was safe for me to go to the Prairie Park Nature Center and even to go to the wetlands. And it was very shocking for me to see all these other schools in Lawrence and Baldwin, Eudora, and how difficult it was for kids to get to school by walking or by wheeling. And I don't know. I mean, we're entering a climate crisis where walkable cities are going to be increasingly where people are looking to move. And what I appreciated about Prairie Park and growing up in that neighborhood was that I didn't spend a lot of time outside. And obviously there's the Prairie Park Nature Center. So that might have influenced me to become an environmental scientist. I don't know. But these walkable cities and all of these things like that, encourage young people to become more environmentally conscious adults. And several times in my work, I've basically put Kansas on the map for people. They're like, "Oh, you're from Kansas? We didn't think that anybody, from there was concerned about that." And like in Monroe's comments, there's definitely this stereotype that Midwest cities are not walkable. And so anyway, I'll stop there, but that's just my contributions about where the focus could be, because we are definitely entering the climate crisis. Thanks.
Sarah Anise. Sarah Anise.
Is there anybody else we can come back to? Oh, there she is. There she is.
I shouldn't be anymore. Hi.
Go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead. It's okay. You're okay.
I haven't been muted. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Sorry. So I am with Sunrise Movement Lawrence, and I just wanted to echo all of the sentiments about walkability. I believe it was someone within the UN recently that said we are no longer in the state of global warming, we're in the state of global boiling. It's really, really concerning, like the level that it's gotten to, because our efforts to mitigate what has already been I guess our efforts to mitigate aren't enough. And one of the things that I think would be a really great way to encourage and foster both accessibility, but also environmentally friendly practices would be more walkable neighborhoods. A lot of the time, I don't know, like, hopefully you all watch Ted Lasso, but it's so nice to theoretically walk around and not have to worry about cars and all that different stuff, like the little kids. I always wanted that kind of experience, and I feel like we're moving further and further away from that. And part of that is because we have a very unique community. I feel like where so much of our community, there's a lot of influx, when college students come in and college students come out. I'm a college student that never left, and that's why I'm here talking at you all tonight. But I think it would be really, really great if we could maybe refocus instead of consistently expanding the city, thinking more about how we can plan in a more like 15-minute city format where everyone within a 15-minute radius of walking or riding a bike has access to the same things. And I know that there's been a lot of work on that, but it just is really concerning to me that we still don't have fully accessible bus stops, and we're overhauling the roads again, just because it doesn't seem to last very long. I think it's great that this plan will last a lot longer than the others because of the thought and the resources dedicated, but I think we need to be thinking a little bit further about the reality that we are facing in front of us with climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Other?
That's it.
Is that it? Bring it back to the commission. Any discussion on this from the commissioners?
Well, I would say I certainly appreciate the public comment that we got tonight, and I think obviously the Connected Cities comes back to us every once in a while and presents different parts of what they're working on. But this makes me think maybe the next time you come, we should be talking about what we're doing with the walkable plans, how our forget the name for the word, but the Steve used it, but what is the word? Help me out. The conditions, what we decide, what we give to our consultants to tell them what they can't put on the road. I can't think of the word of it.
Melinda, you want to come on up?
No, I meant the guidelines we give them about whether or not it's protected bike lane versus whether or not it's a,
guidelines, yeah.
What's the word?
Complete street guidelines.
Thank you. Come on up, Melinda.
Guidelines.
Yeah, you got it. Got it. Okay, good.
Yeah, the complete street guidelines. So I think that would be a good topic to hear about the, our work in those areas, as well as clearly there's some questions about the bus system. And finally, I'd say, I heard a lot of comments tonight in the public comment that are very much related to our development code and the work we're doing on the development code. So I appreciate everyone being here, talking about wanting to create walkable neighborhoods, with, that are accessible by bus and so forth. And that's a big part of what we're looking at in the development code. So know that those comments are also taken as it relates to that work, not just the MSO work.
Other items?
Yeah, I echo that. I'd just be interested in when it comes to us again, or it comes to us in the future, those walkable elements that folks definitely brought up in public comment, and that I agree will become pertinent in the future.
Anything else?
Oh, I've said everything I have to say.
Commissioner Sellers, got anything you want to add?
Yeah, just wanted to echo the sentiments of thanking staff for the presentation. I'm excited about some of the projects around Queens Road and with the with the roundabout, having a traffic signal at 6 and Queens Road gets a huge red heart for me, living in that area. Hopefully that'll slow down some of our overzealous individuals with souped up cars that like to use that as a drag race, like Wakarusa used to be used for back in the day. So having that, I've seen some near accidents with folks trying to turn and doing U-turns. So maybe that'll help slow up traffic and some of the flow there. So I'm excited about that, especially with the roundabout. I used to walk, or not, I say used to because now I'm back in the gym, but using the Overland Drive and 6th Street and Queens Road, having that roundabout to complete that area. I'll always use that piece to kind of take the back roads to Rock Chalk Park for either activities or events back there. So kind of seeing that come into form and what that's going to do for traffic out there is going to be exciting. I'm glad that Commissioner Finkeldine brought up the piece about development codes and what we're hearing. Heard a lot spoken to and about transit justice, and as it relates to environmental justice as well. And so how these two kind of Venn diagram and have relationship with each other. And so as we look at, whether it's reviewing our complete street evaluation, looking at development codes, all this stuff has historical context to codes as it relates to redlining and things of that nature. And so we're reconciling with that right now. So I'm glad that we have the community bringing it to us, and we're speaking to it. We do have a lot more work to do. This is a lot bigger than bikes for transportation and in shared use. You know, we're dealing with history. So I love how history has context and it's driving the work that we're doing for the future. You saw that in this presentation. While it may not have been the main point, it has sentiments of that. And so I look forward to us moving this work and being able to keep doing the changes we need to do to make this whatever we want this to be, whether it's more bike-centric, walkable-centric. We're getting this to that point. So thank you to the staff for that, and thank you, commissioners, for having some very thought-provoking questions tonight.
All right. I just want to thank staff for their work on this and to continue moving forward as we continue to invest more and more in our infrastructure. Thank you very much. Right. We'll take a 10-minute break now before we get into our regular agenda items. We're ready to come back. On to regular agenda item number 1, consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9996, enacting Chapter 9, Article 11 of the Code of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, 2018 edition, and amendments thereto pertaining to single-use disposable plastic bags. Hi, Kathy.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm Kathy Richardson. I'm the city's Sustainability Director and the champion for environmental sustainability commitment of our strategic plan. And with me tonight are several members. So Nancy Muma with the Sustainability Advisory Board. We've got Randy Larkin, the Deputy City Attorney, and Brian Jimenez, Code Official and Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services. Tonight's agenda item is to consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9996 pertaining to single-use disposable plastic bags. This topic has been discussed for several years, and this agenda item does link the details of the previous City Commission meeting discussions. As a reminder, at your January 10th meeting this year, city staff presented policy options for reducing single-use plastic bags in the community, and we asked for policy direction. You directed us to draft an ordinance that enacts a ban on plastic bags. The ordinance drafted by the City Attorney's Office was provided at your June 6th meeting, and we asked for your feedback on that draft. Staff did incorporate feedback from the City Commission as well as feedback from the Sustainability Advisory Board into the final draft ordinance that was placed on the consent agenda at your June 20th meeting. At this meeting, the ordinance received a split 2-2 vote, and thus the ordinance was not adopted by the Commission. On July 11th, staff received your direction to bring back the ordinance as is, which is what is being presented, to be reconsidered in an August City Commission meeting. And that pretty much brings us up to today with this agenda item. As with all my presentations on policy items, I highlight which key performance indicator in the city strategic plan will be impacted. And while this item would fall under the environmental sustainability commitment, it would not address or move the needle on any of those current KPIs. With that said, the City Commission may choose to prioritize this work. I will now turn it over to Nancy Muma for a brief presentation from the Sustainability Advisory Board. And after Nancy's presentation, we will turn it back to you for any questions that you may have of Nancy or the city staff, Randy, Brian, or myself.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for reconsidering this ordinance. I'm Nancy Muma. I'm the professor and chair of the Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology at the School of Pharmacy here at KU. So I'm just saying I'm an expert in toxicology and representing the Sustainability Advisory Board. So I want to remind you of what the problem with plastics are. So plastics are really durable, which is great, except they don't decompose. They break down into smaller and smaller pieces. And these small, tiny microparticles and nanoparticles are really abundant in our air, in our water, in our food. We each consume about a credit card's worth of plastic each and every week. Well, that's a lot of plastic in our bodies. We can measure it in our blood, in our bodies, and in the placenta of newborn babies. That's pretty scary because we know this stuff is toxic. We know it's not benign in our bodies. We know that it disrupts our hormone systems, our reproductive systems, so it can increase the risk of cancer, it can decrease fertility. Every week we're learning more and more about the problems with plastics in scientific publications. And I follow these. And this plastic is pretty scary stuff. Now, it's really hard to get rid of plastics in our environment. They're really useful. But single-use plastics are low-hanging fruit. We know how to get rid of single-use plastic bags. And many cities and municipalities throughout our country do that. You know, we're a pretty progressive city. We're unmistakably Lawrence, right? Y'all passed this ordinance last week to protect our LGBTQ plus family, friends, neighbors. I don't think that's something that would happen in Hayes or Dodge City. We're a progressive place, and progressive cities and states ban single-use plastics or put fees on them because it's toxic stuff. And I want to urge you all to do the same. This is what progressive cities do. I think this is what we would be expected to do because that's who we are. That's unmistakably Lawrence. We know this stuff is toxic, and y'all want to protect us and make sure that we're healthy and safe. And passing this ordinance is going to do that. It's not going to have a huge impact on our economics. All the places that pass these ordinances to decrease single-use plastics maintain their economic viability. It's not a problem. The problem is all the plastics in our environment and what kind of toxicity we're going to continue to increase in our environment. So thank you so much for considering this ordinance. I think it's really an important step forward for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Any questions for, did you have something else, Kathy? Okay. Any questions for staff or Nancy? Commissioner Sellers, do you have any questions? No? Okay. If not, then we will open it up for public comment at this time.
Hi. Not me trying to use time. Thinking about this ordinance, that I would ask is that we consider the way that people that are in low socioeconomic situations use plastic bags in everyday life. I know for me, they're kind of a supplemental trash bag, a trash bag for the bathrooms and stuff like that. For others, it's who can't really just afford the whole bag of things. It's really the only trash bags they can use. That being said, the environmental damage of it can't be denied. Microplastics are, I think, a threat to human health, and we can't ignore that. So if there is to be a compromise on that, I would say at least, and I don't know how it would be implemented, but to make sure that there is some kind of 1 cent to 25 cent charge on just single-use plastic bags. This allowing at least people to have easy access to it at an affordable rate, but at the same time discouraging our locals from just willy-nilly using them. At the end of the day, I would rather have people at least have access to them easily rather than a more expensive reusable bag. Not that I wouldn't want people to be encouraged to still use those reusable bags. At the end of the day, I think that there are a lot of people that will rely on this, and so I know that there might be some people, it sounds like it was divided at one point on this matter, and maybe consider that compromise at the very least. Microplastics are a threat to the community. It's something that's we don't really know the effects of. Studies on it have kind of agreed we're not too sure, but it seems like putting a lot of plastic into everyone's bodies can't be all that good. And I think there needs to be a discussion at the same time about kind of how this would affect the working class. People who are in desperate situations are going to use any resource that they can. I think that the money that's raised by putting maybe a little fine on this can also fund cleanup operations around the town, hopefully staffed by people who are in desperate situations who need a job, something like that. This is me just winging something for no reason in particular that has nothing to do with any future docket at all. But it's something that I think that all of you might want to consider when it comes to this thing. Either way, microplastics are a threat to the community. We should not downplay that. We shouldn't pretend that single-use plastic bags are worth entirely protecting. Our health should be important.
Time.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
I'm Joe Douglas from Lawrence. And as a grandfather and as a retired physician and as a citizen, I have all sorts of concerns about plastic. You've heard all the arguments, I think, at some length at this point. I'd like to give you a very brief travel report. I just got back from Canada late last night, and last Thursday, I think it was, I was in a grocery store in Jasper, Alberta. It's way the heck north. And they don't use throwaway plastic bags. So I laid out my 35 cents and bought this bag. That's 35 cents Canadian, which is more or less 27 cents American or United States. Anyway, the store was busy. People seemed to be happy. Nobody was fighting with the clerks at the counter. The town itself seemed to be doing quite nicely. And I asked the cashier at the checkout stand, how did you go about making this change over to renewable bags? And she just looked kind of puzzled for a minute and said, well, we just did it. So I'm with her. I think it's time to let's just do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again.
Hi.
Amy Helmer, South Lawrence. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't seen the most recent suggested ordinance of it, but I do want to make sure that we take into account if and when we make the change, I'm always very focused on the working class, so I've been places where they're like, please use reusable bags, but you have to pay us to use the reusable bag. And I'm really concerned about our unhoused neighbors and working class neighbors who, it's only 35 cents, but you have to keep track of it. And if you're walking, it's hard to keep track of it. And if you need a new one, it's another 35 cents. So I just want to make sure that it's not going to turn into something where we make a good step for the environment, but then we're making another hardship for the working class. I'd like to see, the businesses put that money forward. So just wanted to put that on the radar.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Nick Simpson, also a resident of Lawrence. I do agree with the idea of having like 1 or 10 cent things for plastic bags, because when you have reusable bags, it takes more water to make reusable bags. So if everyone comes in and buys like a 35-cent bag every time they come into the store, it may be better for pollution purposes, but it's not good for water usage. And the couple cents thing would eventually incentivize people to stop using the plastic bags. And then we wouldn't have to worry about fully, it would be an easier transition for, I think, everybody. And then if a better policy position comes forward, then we can move on to that. But this could be an easy transition, I think.
Thank you.
Hi, Margaret Kumar, and I've spoken here before. We wear many hats. One of them is that we are vendors at the farmers market, Hidden Hollow Farm, which I guess makes us a small business. And I want to let you know that transitioning away from plastic has been no problem for us at all. We've just simply gone to Dillon's. We go and buy their paper bags, the brown ones. We put the produce in that instead of plastic. And as for the point of sale, most people at the farmers market already have their bags. I mean, they have baskets, they have a lot of assortment of things. As for acquiring the bags, we have so many bags in our trunk from conferences, from giveaways, from whatever, that if anyone needs one, talk to us afterward, we'll give you one. We have so many in the trunk of our car. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Thad Holcomb. I'm, again, it's been almost 5 years, and I'm again representing Lettuce, Lawrence Ecology Team, United Sustainability. We're 9 interfaith faith communities, approximately 2,500 people involved in this. And we're heartened that this is coming maybe to some fruition. I was also heartened by Commissioner Sellers, who understands that environmental justice is becoming a very important focus for us to be concerned with. This is right on. This is an environmental justice issue. Fossil fuel produces the plastic bags. Fossil fuel is increasing all the disasters that we have. So thank you, Commissioner Sellers, for bringing that up, and that's appreciated very much. I will say, and I'm sure, and I do know that you all read letters. My letter, I won't repeat all of it, but just to say that, you know, addiction, convenience is something that I struggle with, and certainly that's the issue with plastic bags, is that we want something convenient, and we have that plastic bag. We don't have to remember to bring something like this. Although I'm not a Kansas State graduate, I'm glad I've got this bag that I can take with me and pick up and use years and years and years to pick up things. It's a health issue. It's a concern for biodiversity. It affects flora and fauna. It gets into our machines if we have, and we know it hurts and recycle the recyclable machines if we have the plastic bags there, and it's not recycled. Plastic bags are not recycled as much as they should be. So I'm hopeful that you focus on this as an environmental concern that's raised by all other Sustainability Advisory Board also has worked with this, and I'm sure you'll be glad not to see my face again after all these 5 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Thad. Hello.
Hi, my name is Samantha Rogowitz, and I'm a Lawrence citizen. I'm a teacher, and I'm a new mom. And I just, wanted to say that, as a lot of moms probably do, sometimes I lay awake at night worrying about my daughter, but I never lay awake worrying about her someday needing to walk back to her car to get her reusable bag or being inconvenienced by the lack of plastic bags. I worry about her health because of all of the microplastics in our system, and I worry about the kind of environmental future that we're going to leave her. So I hope that tonight you'll all stand with our progressive, forward-looking history that we have in the state and the community and vote to ban the plastic bags. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Allman. First, I want to thank the Commission for this second opportunity to address this issue that we wasn't able to pass it the last time, so thank you for that. I'm honestly kind of baffled why this has taken upwards to maybe 10 years since it was first proposed. Other speakers have mentioned that this has been done in so many other communities, hundreds of communities in the United States as well as the rest of the world and other countries. It's really not rocket science. There will be some trade-offs. We can't deny that there will be some bugs that need to be worked out. As in anything, no matter what decision we all make, there are trade-offs, granted. But this is something that has been successfully done not only in other communities, but in national and local stores themselves. Like, for instance, Walmart has been doing this for a long time in many communities. They have bags right now. This is where this came from. This is an insulated bag. Natural Grocers, another national chain, they give these away at times, or they sell them for cheap. The Community Mercantile, they've had these bags. This is a cotton bag, much better than even the durable plastic reusable, but it is durable. And these companies are not going to be suffering economic loss as a result of having reusable bags. It's not going to be a burden. I mean, they have their logos on these bags. People take these bags around the community. They're advertising for that store wherever they go. The stores that have these bags and charge like 27 cents, it potentially is a profit center. They're probably not, I would hope not, doing price gouging if they're buying them for 3 cents and selling them for 27. But, they can make money. It's not going to be a loss. So it seems like no matter, what some issues may be for certain percent of demographics, and there will be some, this can be addressed. It shouldn't be considered a hardship for the most part. It's actually going to be beneficial. If we consider, though, that the ecology and the economy, which is it we want to make sure isn't burdened, I would say we shouldn't be burdening the ecology first of all. So thank you very much, and please pass the ordinance.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Tad Kramar, and the Sustainability Advisory Board and the Commission staff have worked for years to determine the best way to reduce harmful single-use plastic bags and to develop and refine proposed ordinance in response to comments from commissioners and others. I strongly urge you to approve it now. I understand there has been some reluctance to support the ordinance unless an FTE is first added to the budget to devote about 1/3 of his or her time to enforcing it. Please consider that it would make more sense to pass the ordinance first, because only by passing the ordinance would you fully establish the need for the other full-time FTE, full-time employee. Also, concern for an unfunded mandate is misplaced, because if the ordinance is passed, those who voted for it will surely vote for the additional FTC to help enforce it. I've also heard of some desire for exemptions for small businesses, but I'm not aware of any facts that would support a need for such exemptions. I attended 2 commission meetings before the meeting when the ordinance was defeated. The proposed ordinance was extensively discussed at those meetings, and I don't recall any business speaking against this ordinance. The Less Store and the Community Mercantile do not provide plastic bags now. Sprouts either doesn't provide them or will soon not provide them. I don't recall which. So this is very doable for businesses. It's not a problem. So I would urge you to consider that concern for small business is not a valid reason to vote against this ordinance. Positive change takes effort and leadership, and it's not the easy way out, but inaction would achieve nothing. Let's make Lawrence a leader in reducing harmful single-use plastics now by approving this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Steele. I'm a Lawrence resident. It's time to discontinue the use of single-use plastics in our community. I brought this just to demonstrate once again. I think last time I was here, I said something like this has saved thousands of plastic bags from our waste stream. And I think it's a bigger problem than most people realize. A couple of years I had the opportunity to visit a landfill. It wasn't here, it was in another community, but it was in a community that didn't have a ban on single-use plastic bags. And I was absolutely shocked by just how much these single-use plastic bags fill up our landfills. It was just unbelievable. I mean, they're just everywhere I looked. Single-use plastic bags just flying all over the place in the landfill. So anybody who thinks that this ordinance is not going to make a big difference in removing single-use plastic bags from our waste stream is incorrect and defeatist as far as I'm concerned. It's going to make a huge difference, but it's really just a small first step that I think we need to make, that we have to make if we're going to have any chance of meeting our climate and our sustainability goals in the city of Lawrence. So I really hope that you'll think really hard about this decision and listen to what the majority says. That most people in this community are in favor of this ordinance, and I hope that you will pass it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
My name is Eddie Lehman. Yeah, this is, I think it's actually kind of stupid, the whole thing about the bags. You had Aldi's into 2023, they're going to get rid of them. Kroger says 2025. Walmart is getting rid of them all across the country. So I don't know that you necessarily, Lawrence is really good about doing things, passing ordinances where they can hug themselves and say, oh, what a great job we've done, but doesn't really do anything. They're just BS, and that's kind of what this is. And it's like the bags are going, that's not even really the issue. Now, if you don't like the bags because you don't want them blowing down the alley or they're just annoying, I agree with that. And if you want to pass it for that, go ahead. But don't think that you're going to save the environment or this or that or whatever and stuff. Just like the person says, oh, I was at the landfill and I saw the bags blowing around. Yeah, because it's a landfill. That's where the trash is. There's a lot of other trash. The bags are more noticeable, but there's other trash there too. The other thing is, everybody has their little bags and they go, they're reusable bags. Well, the one lady has a trunk full of them. Now, one gentleman mentioned about the fact is that there's a cost there too. And for the bags, it's like 50 to 150 times you have to use that bag to equal one plastic bag with the amount of water and the other things that go into making that. So again, it's not, you're not saving the universe just because you use those. If you go out to other places that are as progressive as it gets, Oregon, Oregon, California, and Washington. I lived out there on the West Coast for a couple years. People go into the store, pay their quarter, get their bag, their little blue Walmart bag, walk out and throw it in the trash after they get their stuff, or they just throw it in the cart and leave it. So it's not like, again, that you're going to get rid of bags. You're trading one for the other. Like I said, if you don't want the bags, then I don't care about that, but don't think you're doing it because you're going to be saving this or that or whatever. The second is, and I think it was Ms. Sellers that was talking about, the FTE to enforce it it's even stupider than the idea of thinking that you're saving the world passing this. You don't need a person. It's just another scam by Brian Jimenez to increase his department. A third of his time is going to be spent on the bags. Out of 2,000 hours a year, 667 hours a year that they're going to go, walk around and look at stores and see if they're not using bags? It's silly. If you want to do that, you don't need a FTE to do that. People can just enforce it. You can walk into Walmart and go, oh my goodness, Walmart's still using plastic bags. Call up the city and enforce it. You don't need a full-time employee. It's like some of the things you guys do, like the one guy said, you waste so much money. And it's like, when are you going to let the managers stop running you and you start running the city? Because you're doing a horrible job. One example that I'll give, Queens Road, Mayor Larson, they came with their recommendations.
Thank you, sir.
You said
Thank
come
you,
back
sir.
with more.
Thank you.
They came back with the same thing.
Thank you, sir. Next, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rowan Schering. I live in West Lawrence. I just wanted to briefly mention that I do support the ban on single-use plastic bags. I've visited and briefly lived in some places where they don't use single-use plastic bags, and it honestly doesn't look like it was that big of a deal for people to adjust to, or for businesses to deal with in those places. And I think that this would be a reasonable small step towards reducing microplastics pollution and keeping our community healthier. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? On Zoom?
No one on Zoom.
All right, bring it back to the commission for discussion. Any thoughts on this?
Mayor, this is Commissioner Sellers. I have a couple of questions. I don't know if Brian is on, as well as with Kathy. So we're going back to the original question I had the last time we met. There's an ask in here for 1 FTE for enforcement, but yet only a third is needed. So my first question is, can we reduce that to a 0.5 FTE? And if so, is that something that's been included in recommendations for departments for FTEs?
Brian Jimenez, Code Official Assistant Director for Planning Development Services. Commissioner Sellers, as far as I know, I haven't been heavily involved in the 2024 budget, but I do not think we have allocated any type of either full or half-time FTE for this ordinance if it was to be passed tonight.
Kathy, have you made the recommendation for the 24 budget to include either a 0.5 or 1 FTE for this position?
Kathy Richardson, the City Sustainability Director. So it is my understanding that the 2024 recommended budget that was presented does not include an FTE for code enforcement.
And then a follow-up question. I know there's been some delay and there was a failed vote a couple of weeks ago on this, but I will ask the question again. Has the Sustainability Advisory Board or anyone been able to put together a plan, whether it's educational, engagement, if this was to be passed? I know when we had this discussion before, there wasn't one. So there's been some time. Has there been discussion about rolling out what this looks like, talking to businesses, talking to consumers, talking to the public?
This is Kathy, and I'll take a stab at that. So as staff, if this were to pass, we would work with our communications and community engagement department to work on a plan to roll out. I will just kind of note that the effective date of this ordinance, as we presented it as is January 1st of 2024. So originally we were thinking about a 6-month time frame that we could do a lot of that communication to the businesses and to the public. So we're shortening that time frame as we have delayed the approval of this ordinance. So there's going to be a little bit less time, but it's still doable to do the communications piece. But I did want to highlight that effective date of the ordinance.
So as part of that timeline, have you identified, like, as far as talking to businesses, were you targeting small businesses downtown, big box stores, such as our grocery stores? Because it sounds like some of our grocery stores have already started this process. So who was the target audience for your engagement when it comes to businesses? If we already have several of our grocers who have either started to transition, made a commitment to transition, or have already transitioned.
Really, the communications piece and community engagement is for everyone here in Lawrence and everybody who shops here in Lawrence. So we are going to have dedicated communications to the businesses impacted, but then also we want to make sure that Lawrence residents understand, what is changing in 2024 if this were to pass. So really communications out to the whole community.
That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other discussion on this?
I'm out of questions. I'm not sure if maybe Nancy was on the board longer than you were the champion, but I do recall that the board had a subcommittee that did rather a lot of engagement with the stores and other businesses in the community. Do you recall who all was engaged in that a number of years ago?
So the members of the subcommittee of the Sustainability Advisory Board contacted a number of different grocery chains and people in the Lawrence area very recently, as well as in the more distant past. So this does not seem to be a problem for any of the grocers that we contacted, as they are the main people that will be impacted. So that's not an issue.
And in the investigations that the committee did, I'm sure they looked at a number of cities and things, how they addressed it and how they began these programs. Far larger cities and maybe even smaller cities that have done this. Are there any examples you have?
Well, there's a number of cities that have done it. It's been hundreds of cities. And most of them do communicate through internet, through community messaging. And I think the same things that we would be doing here in Lawrence to engage the public and engage the vendors that would be impacted by this. these roll out very successfully. There have not been issues that have been brought up. There is some cities that switch from bans to fees and vice versa. And so both of these ways are very useful in decreasing single-use plastics.
And now I noticed that the gentleman who brought up the possibility of a fee for these is out in the audience and maybe not hearing this, Kirby. But I would like to be sure that anyone who has been following this or who cares about it understands that we did investigate that. You did investigate that. My understanding is that is not a possibility because Kansas considers that a tax. Is that your understanding?
That was the discussion that we had in the past, that we switched to the ban because of the problems that we would encounter with the fees being considered a tax and the state not allowing that to happen. Yes.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, Craig, I hate to call you out, but my recollection from the last conversation we had about this, which was previous to our budget conversation, was that if we instituted such a thing, that you would have put an FTE in the budget or figured out some way to not make it a mandate. I hate to put words in your mouth, but was that your recollection?
Some time ago. I don't recall exactly what that conversation was. It's recorded. We can look at it. But the answer I give today is if we want to do this, there's a couple ways to go. One is address this by staffing it with existing staffing, which means that we will further dilute the already very basic level of service we have in code enforcement. I think the numbers are 2 people covering 7,000 cases a year, which is probably another conversation to have at another time. But so we would squeeze this work that we still don't know what a capacity is for. So we don't know how many complaints, we don't know what lack of compliance there may be. There may be very little trouble in getting compliance with this new ordinance once we communicate it out. It may be more substantial than we believe or understand at this point, and that would be something we could adjust to either mid-budget or we could anticipate something differently. Any staffing increases in this area will be staffing increases that will be very busy along with their other folks. But it isn't right now in the proposed budget to increase that while we're trying to balance so many other priorities, which you well know, and which, in the continuation reminder, we're trying to address the challenge that you all gave us with finding more money for additional resources at the same time. So all those balances are in our mutual laps on this, but I would say we can go somewhere into this after January 1st, see how it's going, and be prepared to make adjustments at that time, because there's a relatively small estimated staffing level, and I wouldn't necessarily suggest adding a full person for a third of the work that we're not even sure about at this point. So that'd be my recommendation now. I'm not sure what I said 4 weeks ago or whenever it was, but I think that's where I'd probably recommend we stay.
Okay. Any other thoughts, discussion?
Mayor?
Oh, yeah, I just had a quick...
Just hang on a second, Commissioner Sellis.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Kathy, given it, I'm a little bit hesitant with the accelerated, timeline regarding education and, information. Would you have any problem kicking that back to like the proper 6 months, like March 1st, 2024?
So we did discuss a 6-month timeframe of communications and community engagement being a good balance, as well as some of these businesses do have stock of the plastic bags that they've already purchased. So it takes them a while to get through that inventory. So I would feel comfortable with 6 months notice from the time that this passes to the time it's effective.
Okay.
Thanks for the question.
Okay. Anything else? Commissioner Sellers, did you have something?
Yes, and I think I saw Randy on. Randy, I know we've had a lot of conversations, and I know there's been talk about previous studies and where other businesses are heading, and we have some businesses who are voluntarily moving this way. With that said, could we possibly add a sunset to this ordinance?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Absolutely, you could set a time limit for this ordinance and revisit it at a different time. That's totally within the discretion of the City Commission.
I mean, I wouldn't be apropos to maybe a 3-year sunset. This kind of puts us in line with what the state is doing with the sales tax, and that we could possibly either see a variation in further decreases, hopefully the complete elimination of the sales tax on food. I think that puts us at 2025. It may be 2026. My memory is a little foggy right now. But I would like for the commission to consider adding a sunset to that, to the ordinance, and based on what we've heard from Craig and kind of what I've shared before, with this, that would make my heart a little bit more. If I don't know, I mean, I'm not hearing it from anyone in discussions as far as this FTE, and we've kind of tap dance circles around it. But I think there's some conversation there with the FTE of folks who are in support of this can discuss that. But I'd like to at least propose, at minimum, a 3-year sunset be added to the ordinance so that we can come back and review this. So maybe a sunset to 2026, and then we can review it at that time.
Any thoughts on that?
I guess I don't understand. Are plastic bags going to stop existing, or what would cause the sunset? We could put a sunset on anything. We could also reevaluate any ordinance we ever do.
Excuse me, one commissioner at a time, please.
We could also reevaluate any ordinance that we choose at any time.
Right, but this is putting a sunset on it, makes it that it's something of mine for us to go back and take a look at. A lot of bills have sunsets, so is anything going to change with plastic? Maybe, I don't know. We may change the way we function. There may be a change in supply. There might be changes in, we may want to take it a little bit further. Sunsets are not always to repeal an ordinance. Sunsets are to review and see if there's something that we need to add, if there's something we need to amend, or if there's something we need to repeal. So if this is top of mind of us, and environmental sustainability is top of mind to us, then I would strongly suggest adding the sunset so that we make it top of mind in the commission to come back and revisit it and have discussion about additional policy decisions on it.
Okay, thank you.
Or you cannot do it. I'm just up for communication. I mean, I'm just adding it for conversation.
Thank you.
Which I think it would make the ordinance a lot stronger if we're truly committed to wanting to examine if there's additional things we need to do. If we have additional businesses that are rolling off, then that helps us examine what aspects of a single-use plastic bag, which I don't want to call it a ban because it's whatever language we want to use on this, it gives us an opportunity to circle back and examine where we're at from an environmental standpoint in our strategic plan. If we need to go deeper with this, we may get recommendations 2 years down the line from the advisory board that wants us to push something even more. So I don't think there's anything negative to wanting to add the sunset. It puts it at our mind to say, if we're committed to this, we'll come back to it, but now we actually have a timer put on it for us to come back to it.
I support the ordinance as written, and I'm not interested at this time in doing a sunset on it. I'd prefer to pass it as is and move forward with it.
Are you worried about the change of the 6 months?
No, I'm not worried about that at all, yeah. I mean, I'm okay with that. I mean, maybe I should clarify that. I'm okay with that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You know I stand.
I know. I did want to say, I had forgotten about this because it happened so long ago, and I've lived here long enough to remember it. But there was a smoking ban many moons ago, and a lot of people, including some commissioners, thought if we ban cigarettes in restaurants and bars, the sky will fall, and small businesses will die. And I've spoken to some of those commissioners, and indeed they recognize the sky did not fall, and that we all enjoy bars and restaurants a lot better because we do not smoke inside them. And I thought about that, among many other things, when I thought about this. Seattle, Washington, D.C., who did this years and years ago, certainly have small businesses. They thrive, they survive. They have pollution that exceeds our own. DC was able to, unfortunately we cannot, rally their tax into cleaning up their river. It is now a river that humans can swim in for the first time in 50 years. The fact that it took us this long to even get this far in the conversation is kind of an example of how we get in our own way sometimes. And I've already said that I support it, but I think the smoking ban is my greatest example. And the other towns, cities that have done this, who have survived it and indeed have far greater economic outcomes than we do, have much larger economies than we do, and almost certainly have a larger percentage of people who live in poverty than we do. So I do not believe that this will harm very many people, if anyone at all, and that we need to move forward with it.
I would ask for a motion.
If you want to include that change in date, you might want to include that in your motion.
To move it to March 1st, is that what that's what I heard?
And what would we do about the FTE part?
That's separate. That's a separate.
Okay.
Can I get a motion?
So you need me to include the 6-month delay? Okay. I would like to make a motion that we adopt on first reading ordinance number 996, enacting Chapter 9, Article 11 of Code of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, 2018 edition, and amendments thereto pertaining to single-use disposable plastic bags, with the addition or the extension of the beginning date for 6 months.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
It passes 3-2. On to item 2 of our regular agenda. Consider updates to the operation of the city commission meetings related to general public comment. We'll wait for folks to get out of the room and So do we have a presentation from staff on this?
I'll make some brief comments, Mayor.
Okay.
So this...
Hang on a second, Sherry. We're about there. Sorry. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Okay. Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. This item was discussed at the last meeting. You all discussed some potentially changing the order of the agenda or maybe making some other changes to public comment. That would not require any changes to our meeting procedures. It would just be something that you all could provide direction on. It would be a good idea to do a vote in this instance since we put this on for regular agenda. We have a little bit of information in there, just some guidance from COMA and the League of Kansas Municipalities, and we have also attached a comparison chart that we've provided previously and have updated with a few additional cities. And the city attorney's office and myself are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Any questions?
I have a question. I guess it's probably for you, Mayor, but I mean, obviously cities can do whatever they want in this area, and there's all sorts of cities that do all sorts of things. But I got some questions about what we think we're considering. I think the only two I think that are up for discussion are moving public comment to the end of the agenda, and the thought of only doing it once a month. We're not considering any other changes, either limits or not having it at all or anything else, correct? We're just considering those two?
That's my understanding. Is that?
Okay, just want to be sure.
Commissioner Sellers, did you have something to add to that? No? Okay.
Because we got a lot of questions about people thinking we were talking about something different, so I just want to be sure we knew what we were going to talk about.
My understanding is that the public comment used to be at the end, way before my time. Does staff have any, or does anyone have any memory of the timeline of the change from public comment to, from the end to further up the agenda?
I believe it was at the time that I believe it was Mayor Farmer who wanted to make that change. So during that, what year would that have been?
Okay. Any questions for staff?
I saw Randy come on. Randy, did you have something?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. It was during that time period, and I'm guessing it was around 2015, 2016. But that would just be a guess. It could be a year or two off of that, but it's in that range.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff on this before we go to public comment?
So Randy, this is Commissioner Sellers, real quick, just for my understanding. Hypothetically, if we were to move comments to the end, from a sake of, so if we had exceeded our time and it was after 11, what would be our process? What would be the process then? If we were to extend it, can we extend to hear public comment if we hadn't made it to public comment at that time?
This Randy.
Go ahead, Randy, sorry.
Sorry, I said Randy, I should have said Sherry.
Okay, go ahead, Sherry.
So per the resolution, you can choose at 11 o'clock to move items, defer items, or extend to hear those items. If you've started an item, you have to complete it. You can complete it, but then make a motion to choose how you want to. And if no motion comes forward, then the meeting ends.
So if we had started public comment, it would continue until the end of public comment.
That is correct.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. Anything else from the commissioners before we open it up? All right, we'll open up to public comment.
Hi there, my name's Kevin Elliott. I'm from Lawrence, and I speak for the Who's. Believe me, said Horton, I tell you sincerely, my ears are quite keen. I heard them quite clearly. I know there's a person down there, and what's more, quite likely, there's 2 or even 3 or even 4. So call a big meeting, get everyone out, make every who holler, make every who shout, make every who scream. If you don't, every who is going to end up in a bezel nut stew. This commission is really wanting not to hear from the people. I understand you're using the guise of just moving it around, but this commission made a difference when you wanted to close Prairie Park. The people made the difference when you wanted to close Prairie Park. The people made the difference when you wanted to close the camp over Christmas. The people made the difference. when you wanted to not do anything on SB 180. The people make the difference. We don't just have the voice, the vote, we have a voice. And if you try to silence that voice, we're going to come for you through the vote. I'm going to announce right here and now, if you silence the voice of us, I'm going to start a recall for you, Mayor Larson, because the people's voice matters.
And I'll support you, Kevin. Same.
I'm Claven Snow, Lawrence resident. This is an attack on democracy, and I show great restraint before using that kind of language, and I don't use my comment to show aggression, but democracy is the voice of the people. When you say, oh, well, we want to hear from you, but less frequently. We want to hear from you, but for a smaller amount of time. We want to hear from you later at night. That doesn't work. And I'm just here to echo, maybe foreshadow what all the people behind me and the man in front of me have just said, and call on you to not make any changes. Leave public comment where it is and give us the full amount of time.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Miller. I use she, her pronouns. I want to thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to listen to public comment. Several changes the commission is considering have been circulating throughout the city this week, including reducing public comment to once per month, restricting public comment to no more than 30 minutes, and moving public comment to the public comment period to the end of the agenda. Whether any or all these proposed changes are accurate, none of them serve the purpose of maintaining an open and accessible commission and governance of the citizens of Lawrence. The Center for Health Law and Policy Innovation at Harvard Law School says about public comment that public commenting is an important opportunity to make your voice heard. It is essential to providing input to the development of effective rules and regulations that serve your community. Comments also create a record that lawyers can use to challenge harmful rules. The public has a legal right to provide input on certain proposed government actions. Commenting makes better regulations. Your comments make sure that legal requirements, facts, unintended consequences, or errors are not overlooked. Commenting is your chance to point out issues, offer alternatives and substitute language, and help decision makers identify solutions they may not have initially considered. Commenting helps decision makers determine the level of acceptance or resistance in the public. In this way, decision makers can respond to people's needs, grievances, and preferences. Government agencies are required to consider public comments. If the agency has failed to adequately consider the comments it received, a judge may invalidate the rule. With these statements in mind, I am opposed to any proposed changes that serve the purpose of reducing, restricting, or making public comment less accessible to the citizens of Lawrence. We need our government officials to be excited to hear from their constituents, to value and appreciate comments from the people, and to work for the people. Any changes made to the rules or procedures for public comment should have a focus on making them more accessible to the people. This is LFK. We are not trying to emulate the rest of the state.
Honestly, y'all thought you'd slip this in under the radar, pushing this on the agenda to the last item of the night after a hour-long discussion of plastic bags. And you honestly thought you'd get away with that. You thought that, hey, we can just put this on the agenda as quickly as possible, no actual transparency leading up to it, and we can just say, you know what? We're passing this immediately. No more public comment. And that's what this really is, because as much as you like to blatantly tell bold-faced lies that it doesn't actually restrict public comment, what you are doing actually does actively give you the right, as written, to pretty much just throw whatever mundane, inane crap you feel like putting on the agenda before public comment, running out the clock, and just saying, hey, community doesn't get a chance to speak. Whenever you feel like you've pissed somebody off, you can just silence them entirely. You aren't subtle. We know exactly what this is about. That you started to pass this less than a month after our group, No SB 180, used public comment to force your hand to pass an ordinance protecting us from a transphobic law, and we used public comment to do so. And now you're wanting to pull up the ladder and make sure no other group ever does so again. Because we mustered numbers. We mustered dozens of people, and we mustered them early in the day when you couldn't possibly have filibustered your way out of it. And the fact of the matter is, you are doing this because you are cowards. Frankly, I view this as innately transphobic. We know damn well that the state's going to try to pass more laws targeting us, and we're going to have to push you to fix it. Because contrary to what all of us want, you're the ones in power. Frankly, it's transphobic. Everything you have claimed about wanting to support activists, everything you've claimed about being progressive, everything you have ever claimed about supporting us, it is all lies. It isn't subtle. It isn't a trick that you can play on us. This isn't a secret. It's dead obvious. You forced this right in front of us, and you didn't even wait a full month. Like maybe 6 months later, you could have slipped it under radar, gotten away with it, and pretended it was about something else. But literally, the ordinance passed last commission meeting. You didn't even wait a full week before deciding to do this. You decided to do this immediately. Frankly, I think that we've been too merciful. If it were up to me, I'd have you all recalled immediately. You no longer serve this city. You don't give a shit about any of us. When we've actually managed to affect change, you just want to make it so that nobody can do it again because you found out we know how to actually push you to act, and you want to pull up the ladder and make sure that nobody can actually do it anymore. We found a loophole, and you want to close it. Fuck you.
Hi, I'm Isaac Johnson. Hello again. I actually had plans tonight, and then they got canceled, so I was able to come here. I came here straight after work, and so I've been waiting here for about 3 hours now. I haven't been able to eat dinner yet. Now, I'm able to do that because I live by myself. I only have a cat. But I am worried about what changes like this would mean for people in the future. For instance, it brought up that at 11 p.m., the city commission say we're done for the night, we'll just defer it later. But if public comment is at the end, what does that mean for people who might not be able to talk or might not be able to wait this long? Like, again, I can wait this long, like I said, because I don't have any kids, I only have my cat, I live by myself. But if someone, like a single mother, wants to come in and talk, and she has a 5-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son, she can't sit and wait until 10 p.m. to comment. If somebody has to wake up early the next day for, like a 5 a.m. shift or something, they're not going to be able to sit here and wait to comment. If somebody has a hard time sitting for long periods of time or standing for long periods of time, that's also an accessibility issue. And frankly, I think this is just kind of an anti-democratic move, ultimately. I totally understand respecting time. I don't like sitting around waiting a long time either. But this is governance, this is government, this is democracy. We need our voices to be heard. So if anything, there needs to be more chances for public comment to be made. I'm not sure how that would look like right now. I'd be happy to think about it and talk about it more in depth later. But I am very concerned about what this would mean for Lawrence residents, about our ability to express what we are concerned about, what we are passionate about, what we would like to get seen be done here in Lawrence. And again, I think it is a huge accessibility issue, and ultimately ultimately harms some of the most marginalized in the city and people who might need the most help. Again, like a single mother who works 3 jobs and is on some kind of government benefit program. So I just like to have that be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, you know me. It's not often that I usually push back hard on something. I think usually I'm here and I'm pretty charitable to you guys. Part of that is because I voted for many of you. There was a 3 limit from what I understood, but I promise some of you got my vote. I don't want to see you guys do incredibly unpopular stuff. I want you guys to be super cool. I want the community to look on you as super neat and super awesome. This doesn't do that, though. This does make it look like you're tired of listening to the people. The people are obnoxious, which for some of us, it's kind of true. Don't get me wrong, me included. That being said, democracy relies on the voice of the people. It relies on the input of individuals. And to cut down on it, I think, does do harm to that system. When I think of thriving democracies, I think of ones where there are well-involved people. And we should be trying to invite involvement from the citizenry to this process to feel like we are being listened to. When we try to move it to the back, it's kind of obvious what we're doing. We're trying to cut down on time. I get it. You all have your own private lives. But what you go over, what you discuss, affects all of us, everyone within the community. It's not something that we can avoid. It's not something that we can go home and pretend about. It's unfortunately, I think, part of just the role that you took on. And I understand that that's incredibly difficult. I understand that you've been here till 8 o'clock at sometimes, I think, probably even past that, because of major issues. But when that happens, it's reflecting something that's important to the community to its core. Being heard within the community is incredibly important. And I don't want to see you guys remove it for the justification that we're being a little obnoxious, we're being a little, I don't know, just whatever you want to pick from that. At the end of the day, the people need to be heard. The suggestions I've heard beyond this, and now this sounds much better and just we're reordering it, but other things were recommended like 30-minute limits. And if that's the effect of saving everything to the end, then we've effectively harmed democracy here in Lawrence. I don't think Lawrence should be like the rest of Kansas. If anything, the rest of Kansas should be like Lawrence. Lawrence is an incredibly involved community. It's an incredibly progressive community that seems to be operating very well on many issues. And I want them to continue, us to continue to operate that from the people, from the bottom up, not from less of the people, not seeing less comment. I know that that's a bit of a sacrifice on your hands, and I appreciate that you've lasted through this much so far. But you need to take a moment and not stifle people's speech in this. Like I said, there's people that don't write. They just come in and talk. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Monroe Hanson. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a Lawrence resident. I am speaking in favor of preserving public comment as it is. I was poking around on the City of Lawrence website and downloaded the PDF of your strategic plan, and I noticed that community engagement was the first thing on the PDF. Isn't it, therefore, one of your highest goals to engage with the community? I also looked through the agenda item attachment about policies around public comment in other cities in Kansas. I'm curious about how these cities were selected and how and why the 2 out-of-state cities were selected. Comparable in size, politics, engagement, another factor. I worry about a selection bias in this data that is presented, since most of the city's policies shown in the attachment seem to be presented in order to make you feel better about restricting public comment and people's abilities to speak based on the restrictive policies of other cities in Kansas. I don't know why Lawrence is looking at other cities in Kansas for examples on how the public should engage, while simultaneously priding itself on being a unique and innovative and progressive city, and unmistakably Lawrence. I was looking at voting statistics the other week. I do a lot of reading. And a report published by the ACLU of Kansas titled All Democracy is Still Local 2023, you can find it on their website, regarding Kansas voters during general elections. Lawrence had okay turnout, mid-tier, high range of average. The ACLU Kansas report showed that using the full early voting period, having early voting hours outside of 9 to 5, increasing the number of early voting and election day voting locations, and so on, significantly increased voter turnout. Why am I mentioning voter statistics? I bring this up to display a connection. Increased access and opportunity results in increased participation, increased engagement. That's strategic plan. If policies that restrict public comment are enacted, such as limiting speakers, limiting time, limiting the number of regular opportunities, moving us to the end of the agenda so that we cannot actually get here and speak. The buses stop running at 7:30. Engagement will decrease. You will be defaulting on one of your strategic goals for the city. Why would you do something that reduces engagement? Why would you want to quash something that makes Lawrence unique? Forgive me for believing that local government is important and one of the major ways that citizens can enact an impact on their daily conditions.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monty. Once again, I would like to reinstate part of my story. After doing no SB 180 email and call campaign, I did receive a phone call from one of our commissioners. What I got from that phone call is that we need to follow within the rules of the city commission, and if we want to get something done. I said, fuck it, fine. With the passing of Ordinance 9999, it must be acknowledged that we would not have been able to get there without dragging meetings within the rules of the current commission at the time, literal hours long. So now we find that the City Commission has decided to make it more difficult for activists, mothers, parents, everyone to voice their concerns. This means one of two things. One, the City Commission does not want to do their job. They do not want to listen to the voice of the Lawrence people, and they find public comment, the chance for which the people of Lawrence get to voice their opinions, wants, needs, a nuisance. Or, much worse, two, the City Commission sees themselves as an enemy of the people of Lawrence. The Commission sees themselves as a group that is forced to operate against the wants of the people. Commissioners, I'm sure you feel villainized by my claims. I know that that is not an easy feeling. As I stated, I work directly with queer teenagers in a foster home. However, that should not be an excuse, as you are elected to work for us. You are chosen by the Lawrence people, and if you pass new restrictions on public comment, such as you are stating, moving it back, maybe adding a 30-minute limit, and much more, you are actively, making it only last once a month, you are actively harming the people, and all in all, you are being a villain. I think about the commissioner that called me a lot. They caused me to essentially be a better activist, but to our commissioner who called me to talk down to me and tell me that we have to have the same enemy, quote unquote, but that we need to follow your rules. If you vote this in, you are a hypocrite, and it is shameful and disgraceful to our democracy here in Lawrence that you get to sit in that seat. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello. I am Mac McLaughlin. I am a member of our community of Lawrence, and I am also a student at the University of Kansas. I believe that limiting the time that we have to share our opinions and beliefs not only goes against the very foundation of the city of Lawrence, the University of Kansas, and all of Kansas as a whole, but it also goes against the beliefs and opinions of this city. Through the exchange of opinions and beliefs, we are able to learn more and make better decisions about us and each other. At KU, this has been very evident through the various discussions I have had with other students, the student senate, talks with professors, and even just exchanges amongst friends. Just as the university breeds innovation and greatness amongst its students, and thus the entirety of Lawrence by association, it makes sense that the city of Lawrence continues to do so the same. This will promote those who are from outside of Lawrence to continue staying in and bolstering the city, and it will allow the burgeoning people of Lawrence to harness their shared power and reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Hilmer, South Lawrence. I have also been here with folks for 3 hours, and I'm glad that I was able to do so and have public comment available to me during that time. I do admit I'm a little envious of y'all because you get paid for it. Usually when I get chewed out, if I get paid for it, it's like $13 an hour, so a little envious of you right now. But I am a chronically ill person who works 3 jobs while going to school, and I can barely get to the occasional city commission meeting like tonight for public comment, figuring that public comment will start around 6 o'clock. A proposed change was moving public comment to the end of commission meetings. Not only does this seem counterintuitive to make city decisions before most of the public has weighed in, but also makes it harder for working class folks, disabled folks, unhoused folks who can't wait through a whole meeting that will constantly be changing when the end is. There are work shifts to make, kids to put to bed, buses to catch. Someone mentioned that the buses are not always reliable. They close down sooner than we are here tonight, which, if public comment was at the end, would be right about now. So that would effectively silence more than a few of your less time and resource privileged neighbors. Another suggestion was limiting public comment to once a month. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this other than to say I hope that you will reflect on the disconnect. That means you would be making decisions about our lives every week. We would be allowed to weigh in once a month. Last commission, two commission members commended activists supporting the sanctuary city for their work and effort, but last week those same two members expressed interest in making it harder for the public to show up in that way. I understand that hearing public comment can be an exhausting process, so I kindly ask you to step down from running for re-election if you find that you do not any longer have the energy for that. Finally, I want to put out the unintended consequences that could occur with the entertained public comment changes. I grew up in organizing, and I've seen what happens when people's voices are silenced or when barriers are put in front of them. Some of the voices you need to hear will be silenced, and others in the community will find a different way outside of this structure to make their voices heard. I don't know if you've evaluated that, but I would ask you to consider whether you're prepared for that in addition to my earlier points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Macy Webb, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of not actually changing all of those regulations based on the models that you have. I haven't read one that doesn't restrict accessibility in what is already a fairly accessibility restricted forum for a lot of people. There's Zoom, there's email, but being able to come and speak to you in person and make sure that you are hearing me and hearing my words and associating me with a human being is really important. So if indeed access is part of your goals, this is not the way to move forwards with that. In fact, now might be the time to go look at other models that would increase access, allow us to add things to the agenda item ourselves via petition or some other manner. When you're growing up in your political life and your national and your state governments are a little out of reach for you and you're starting to get frustrated, they say go grassroots, go work in local politics, go get to know your city commissioners, meet your school board, go talk to them about the things that are important to you. And this is the forum that y'all offer for us to do that most effectively. Honestly, at this point, I really am quite proud of the amount of people who are willing to be vocal and engaged and informed and incredibly talented drafting ordinances and bringing them to you and basically offering them up with absolutely no cost with a lot of effort. And you know, I'm proud of our community for wanting to be that way. And in the ways that Lawrence does work for the people that it works for, a lot of that is because of the ability of the public to come speak with y'all personally about the issues that are, you know, related to our wants and needs as citizens. And anything that restricts that access restricts our ability to make the city work for us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Miguel Roel. I'm a Lawrence resident, and I am against any and all of the proposed changes to the way public comment is done here. I think public comment is extremely valuable, and the way that it's done currently, I think, is pretty good. The fact that we have it at the beginning of the meeting or close to the beginning means it's more accessible for people and means that it occurs at a pretty regular time. If you shift it to the end of a meeting, well, you don't know how long a meeting is going to go on for, so it's going to be hard for people to know when to show up to give public comment. And limiting it to once per month makes it less accessible. Not everyone might have an opportunity to go that day, but if you have 3 other opportunities during the month, they might be able to show up. The proposed changes are pretty blatantly anti-democratic and just make public comment less accessible. So unless that's your aim, I don't understand why you would want to implement any of those proposed changes. As other people have said, positive change has been enacted in the city because of public comment, because of the way that it's currently done. We've been able to put valuable things in front of the city commission and urge people to act. And I think that's been great. I think that's something we should be proud of. I don't think it's something that we should try to get rid of or consider an inconvenience. As Monroe said, the way that Lawrence currently does it, I think, is a great model. I don't think we need to look to other cities and try to emulate them because of the way they do things. I think the way we do things is fine. I think it's very valuable. And another thing to consider is just democratic participation, right? Not everyone has the ability to vote, for example. That's something that people say, oh, if you want to be heard, then go to the ballot box and vote. Not everyone can vote. Not everyone can get the time off. Not everyone has the legal right to, right? They might be a felon, have a criminal record, et cetera. They might not be a citizen. But everyone in Lawrence can come here and they can speak to you during public comment. And that's so incredibly valuable, and I think it needs to be preserved. So I ask that you please preserve public comment as is. Don't institute the proposed changes. Don't institute any changes that make public comment less accessible than it currently is, that shifts it further back, that restricts the amount of times public comment happens throughout the month, or that restricts the time to 30 minutes or any of those changes. Thank you.
Hey, you made it.
Hi, everyone. Garrett Elliott Minnis. Had my car towed, and I made it. And I
so sorry
to be here, especially so you could see that I had my car towed, and I'm standing here in front of you. This is very important to me, but I am against the capping any of public comment, and I want it to be preserved. But I really just wanted to come here and tell you, wow. Wow. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Garrett, he's great. My name is Rain Flores Pena. I came up here a little bit, forever ago, it feels like. And yeah, I wanted to say what has been echoed before, that I don't really want any changes to public comment. As someone who, is just a regular resident here, I don't hold on your guys' position. I'm not like a president of something fancy at KU. I mean, I am of a club, but that's different. And having this public comment as a way to bring our concerns to the table, to let people in power know, if we like something, if we dislike something. I was here during Prairie Park. That was the first time I ever came to a city commission meeting, and that was really powerful to see the community come together to protect something that they find valuable. Just like with my work with the No SB 180 in Lawrence group, the community came together because they cared about an issue. If people are coming out in droves to talk about something, well, maybe it's worth taking the time to listen to them. And even though, yeah, I get it's long and, kind of boring, but, I made it here. I think you guys can too. And I'm just some guy. I'm just some guy, really. And I don't know. I think democratic power, sometimes you feel so helpless, just as a person. And, knowing that, there's supposed to be people out there looking out for you and your interests. And I think it'd be great if you just let public comment remain as it is, because, this has become kind of a public comment. And it's way at the end of the meeting, people are going to be exhausted. People, again, many of my friends have said before, not everyone can get time off to go to a specific meeting. I have to get up early in the morning tomorrow to go to work, and I think it's fine as is. Yes, it can get long, but it just means people are concerned and want to make the community better, and I think that's something beautiful we have here, and we shouldn't try to repress that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing, Mayor, Commissioner? It's an honor to be here, and I thank you for granting me the time to speak. on an issue that I feel that is important not only to me, but the homeless and to the citizens of the city of Lawrence as a whole. My name is Joe Larry Hunter, and I'm an official Kansas politician who ran for governor in 2018 and 2022. And as I stand here before you today, excuse me, I'm an official presidential candidate. My FEC, Federal Election Commission registration was accepted on 12/5/22 at 5:41 p.m. And my statement of candidacy was filed 1/23/23. I want you to know the reason why I'm here today as a Kansas politician and a representative of the citizens of Kansas. I live here in Lawrence, and as I wait for the outcome of my state of Kansas 22 governor race campaign sabotage investigation.
Sir, are you here to talk about the item? We're talking about the item. Are you? Sir?
Public comment.
Sir, are you? You're out of order, Michael. One more of that, and I'm going to have you removed. I'm asking a question, sir. So I just want to make sure that you understand we're talking about the issue of public comment and how that's going to be handled in the future. Is that what you're getting at?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Well, I can go ahead and finish with the last, and I was getting ready to get in that.
Got it. Thanks.
And I also, my presidential thing has been investigated also. But as to public comment, I noticed that I'm here to represent the homeless people, and I don't see in the papers and stuff like that as the comments that need to be in there when reporters and stuff is talked to. They shun away from issues that are very important to local citizens that need to know. Because I feel like the homeless people are still part of the fabric that makes up this town, this city. And without them, it wouldn't be this city, because we are important. And in the comment here I'm there to make is that, yes, I have been down to Lawrence General. I go out there to voice my opinion as a citizen and a resident of this town, but they shut it down. Why? Don't I have the right, don't anybody have the right to go up under the First Amendment, go down there to Lawrence General and voice their opinion? Why do it have to be shut down by representatives here in this town? People don't know who I am just due to that fact, because I've been shut down by, Lawrence General has been shut down by representatives of the state of Kansas when I voice my opinion about who I am, what I'm trying to portray and put out there to the people to know. I don't understand that. I thought that's all right. I thought that's what y'all here to represent us. We bring our comments, our problems to y'all. I don't understand. You know, we matter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Rowan Schring again. I live in West Lawrence, and I have come here to speak to ask that you do not make moves to curb or restrict public comment. When taken as a whole, I can really only interpret the move to no longer allow members of the public to take things off of pull things from the consent agenda, and then also the suggestion to move public comment to the end of meetings or to limit public comment to one meeting a month as an attempt to limit public input on issues that are important to the community. It's not like the commission would only be making decisions on things once a month, right? And so if you only allow people to make public comment once a month, you're either, if you're not going to make decisions between that period of time, then you're not giving people, then you're slowing down this body unnecessarily. And if you are making decisions, then you're doing it without people having an opportunity to give input as the situation is developing. And I think that that's damaging. I don't think that we need to model ourselves off of like Wichita or Olathe or Overland Park. I think we can just be Lawrence, and I think that we can just listen to people every week. I think that, as another public commenter said tonight, it is disproportionately harmful to people who rely on our public transit system to move public comment to the end of the meeting because the bus is closed at 7-something. And not everyone even has a way to get home if they would consistently be having to stay until the end of the meeting to speak on something. And I think that would have the effect of of further silencing the voices of marginalized people in our community. And I don't support that, and I would hope that you don't support that either. So I think that instead, maybe a better option would be to make the process of getting things on the agenda more formalized and accessible to the public, so that we don't have to come up and line up here and ask you to do something until someone directs city staff to work on it. And we could just arrange it outside of having to do public comment. And that maybe that would help achieve the goal of not having crazy long meetings. But in any case, I don't think that the time of public comment or the number of meetings should be restricted, and I think it should stay at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. I'm Nick Simpson. I'm from Lawrence as well. So I just wanted to say, isn't it wonderful that we have so many people here today, engaging in the community? So I think it's really cool that we have this opportunity. I've never commented here before. I'm new to most of you. New to local politics, and I think this is a good way to get involved. And I know a lot of these people are very high engaged people. We had like 10% voter turnout in the primaries. A lot of these people are going to be the people knocking on doors for you. I mean, I'm definitely planning on doing it for some of you, for sure. I voted for some of you guys on the council, and so I'm very excited, to engage with you guys in this way. And I think if you keep this, public comment available to everybody, not only is it like going to help engage people, strengthen our democracy, strengthen Lawrence, but it also, it helps you guys because we're on your side. We're all on each other's side. We work together on the same issues. I think we're all, we all want to make the city better. And so sometimes we have good ideas as the public, and sometimes we have wacky ideas. But it's nice to engage with each other. So I guess that's all I really have to say. I mean, we all probably voted. I know I did. So yeah. I want to vote for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, William Lehman. We already have limited access for the city hall, and I wasn't paying attention at the time. I have all my things set up, so I do them online. I come down every so often to do some things, and so we already have that. And then, but if you go to other cities, some of that were in your list, they don't have that. So you already have done that. The other is, and this is a quick, simple question for each of you. It's a rhetorical question. I know you guys don't answer. And so it's to Commissioner Finkeldine. Was this your idea? To Commissioner Littlejohn, was this your idea? Mayor Larson, was this your idea? Commissioner Shipley, was this your idea? Wherever she is. Commissioner Sellers, was this your idea? If you didn't think of this, if you didn't bring it up, if the citizens didn't bring it to you in a petition or some sort of item, where did this come from? And where it comes from is from your managers who don't want to be responsible. And it goes back to the same thing. And I started to give the example, but I have enough time I can give it now. Queens Road, Mayor Larson, you said, see if you can find some other examples, a way that the property taxes could be apportioned. And they brought you back exactly what they gave you before. And at that point, I thought you were going to, but at that point, you guys just went ahead and approved it, and that was okay. But it's like they're not listening to you. They're not, you're not running them, they're running you. And this is another example. If you guys didn't come up with this, who did? Why? Did a meeting go too long? The thing you need to remember is if everybody shows up, literally more people showed up for this than for plastic bags. And so you should keep that in mind also. But it's one of them where if you have a bunch of people that want to show up and talk, that, not all of them are running for president. But the ones that do, the more people show up tells you the importance of the issue. And so I think you should keep that in mind as well. Let's see. And the other is, as another example of that is, one of the people pointed out, look at the examples that you were given for the other locations. Do they match up demographically? Manhattan, okay, there's one maybe. Boulder, we pull Boulder a lot because of that. But for example, a sister city of the size like Bellingham, Washington, which is not a literal sister city, but if you look at the dynamics, it could be. And that was a place that I had lived before. And so I'm familiar with that. And so it's just one of them that, again, this is just another silly idea that somebody came up with. If none of you did, there's no petition, you know, nobody brought it before you of a citizen, where did it come from? And if it didn't come from any of those places, you guys should just get rid of this. It's just another dumb idea and a waste of time. Thanks.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'd like to echo that. Like, I am very curious whose idea was this. It just seems kind of suspicious, and the timing, and especially that the consent and public comment was considered separately this time, and last time they were both looked at the same time. Also, you'd all might want to consider 4 meetings a month again. We talk about, oh, public comment used to be last, but you all used to meet 4 times a month, so that might help somewhat. I'm completely against the once a month. There's time-sensitive issues come up, and waiting weeks is just not acceptable. Also, I reached out to some people, and one of those was Alex Kimball Williams, and her idea I thought was interesting is set public comment time at the beginning, like let's say like 30 minutes, and then at the end as a second one for people who, you know, for people who didn't get a chance during the earlier one. It might be something to consider in the future, but I don't think you should consider it tonight because people haven't had enough time to digest the idea. You've completely rushed this. And also, I want to the idea, I mean, it's been brought up earlier, but the public, if you shut down public comment, I mean, I know you're hoping that, well, they'll just go home and forget about it, but I think some are just going to go somewhere else, and this is the perfect place. This is where you should want citizens coming. Like, do you want them downtown? I mean, here we don't allow them to have guns. Kansas allows people to protest with guns. Would you rather have that? You know, would you rather have that downtown, or would you rather have those people here without guns waiting in line to speak for an hour, 30 minutes, however? And the reason I think this is because I've thought it myself. And I mean, I'm a little bit different, but I've been thinking about what kind of antics can I get up to out in the rest of the town. And you shouldn't have given me that idea because I've been bouncing some ideas off people and they all agree it'd be pretty funny. I don't know how, if the city's gonna want it, but I mean, it's just something to think about. You need to think about the consequences of where people will go to protest if they can't come here. Thank you.
I'll be there to film it. And we'll all have a good laugh at the city's expense. Let me help people that asked early, where did this change happen before? I think Courtney Shipley asked about that. She should get educated on the city's history a little better. She would have known what happened when this changed. And I think he knows what happened back then, but he didn't want to talk about it. The reason public comment was moved forward, and I'll say his name, I know some people don't like him, but Jeremy Farmer came up with some great ideas about incentivizing public involvement and putting public comment at the beginning so that you could find out what the public's interests were and what the public's desires were. That's what the reason was why that was moved forward. So if you would do the research, you would know that. But we do the research and we know that. And what Chris just said about the alternatives, what we're looking at, you have no idea what's coming when you do this. You have no idea. I noticed how well behaved you guys all were when I got a camera on you tonight. You guys have all kept your eyes focused forward. You haven't fidgeted with bullshit. Nothing. This camera's going to be here because I see what it does to you. It's going to be here every week. You can limit whatever you want. You will not limit me. And the idea that you're doing this, whatever the reason is, whether it's trying to shut me down, trying to shut the group of people that are about police accountability, trying to shut down SB 180. I wish Sanctuary Alliance were here. They kept you guys in your chairs for a long time. But you don't want to hear us. And some people get upset that we say things that you don't like. Somebody just said something back here that was very true. You don't run this. You're being ran. You're not getting the information. The only way you get the information is when we come up here to the podium and tell you. Because that man is a silo of information. And he's blocking people from getting to you. And he's taking control of this city out of your hands, thus out of our hands. Because if you guys don't control things around here, then we don't control things around here, because we didn't elect them. We elected you. And if we elected you to silence us, no, I don't think that's going to fly. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure it doesn't fly. And you guys are going to be on your best behavior, because I'm going to be making highlight videos out of you every time you fuck up beyond this. Just like I do the police. Do you want me on you like I am on the police? Do you guys really want that? I caught our city attorney out on the sidewalk and started peppering her with questions. I know where you live, Courtney. I know where you live, Lisa. Should I come to your house and petition out on your street? I can do that. Seriously. Are you willing to risk that?
Time.
Other public comment on this item?
This is Jeremy Rothkushel. I first want to say that I'm in admiration, actually, of the democratic spirit and commitment of the people of Lawrence in total, and individuality in terms of all of the previous comments here in terms of this very important issue. I would like to address the hypothetical three-point proposal that the mayor brought up last week to begin this session, really. But the bottom line that became obvious from all the previous public comment is that if you attempt to minimize or roll back democratic input, instead of culturing deliberation and discourse, you're going to provoke revolt. You're going to further direct protests. Now, maybe that's what we need here in Lawrence. So I guess some of this rests in your hands about our destiny together. But I want to say, too, that we need to remember that this really, what we're doing here, is the entire infrastructure of the legitimate part of democracy. Way before voting, way before elections, way before government and policy, it's we the people and we the individuals and we together deliberating in discourse. This is called core political speech, right? And it's pure, meaning that it's vocalized, that it's about what we see for betterment of us together as a society. And these are the roots of all cultures and civilizations and peoples around the world in terms of any type of governance. You sit around, hopefully in some kind of circle, and you deliberate, and you use discourse to gather the best wisdom together. And so finally, the three-point, my responsive policy proposal is use this moment to expand democratic options. Maybe just keep public comment open-ended in the front, or if you're going to limit it in time in the front end, but then create this open-ended forum in the back end. Secondly, there was brought up about potentially giving access to press area for we the people press activists and journalists and people who use cameras to give input. Do not restrict access of videos and audio recording anywhere unless they're directly in the way of the door, basically. And then finally, instead of limiting it to 1 week a month, expand it again. The 4th week meeting could be an open public assembly that one member of the commission convenes, and then you all are sought to come to and listen to us. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item? If not, we'll go to Zoom.
Alex Kimball Williams.
Hey, thank you all for your time. I just want to speak on this item. You know, as a Black, Indigenous, mostly grassroots organizer, public comment is so important as a platform. Lawrence has a really rich organizing community. It's one reason why I've stayed here. And I've noticed that the city's engagement with community groups typically begins during public comment, or at the very least it's supported during and throughout public comment. And I can say this from personal experience as well. And I mean this in the nicest way possible, but, you know, watching over the years, I've seen as the city exhibits, maybe on purpose, but very black and white thinking when it comes to change. I think that we can think very creatively. We can think outside the box. I think Lawrence has done that many times, and this is absolutely a chance to do that again. As a creative, as an artist, I perform music. I'm very familiar with the way that, the way that creativity can enhance public processes. And as an Indigenous scholar who went to Haskell, I also know how people, the really great outcomes that we can achieve when you challenge, rethink, and transform what's in front of you. There are many examples of this limited thinking. I won't get into detail, but some of you know what I'm talking about when I reference that. As a public researcher, I, again, in a very nice way, nice as I can be, critique the city's current community engagement practices. I think that the primary time that the community is meaningfully engaged tends to be at the end stages of strategic planning, and at that point it's just seems to just be to appear participatory. Considering that there's very few alternatives for people to speak their piece and be heard on this particular platform, limiting public comment would be unethical. I propose multiple options for public comment. I think that it should be throughout the meeting. It can be at multiple points during the meeting. And also, if you're concerned about the way that people speak to you, which is valid, there's, maybe comment guidelines that could be instated to perhaps address the speech that people use and how they speak. But yeah, waiting until the end leaves out young families and others who don't have flexible schedules. I'm only here right now because my baby goes to sleep at midnight. I have a late night baby, but that's why I'm on here now. And as relates to limiting public comment to 1 time per month, if things can get passed in 2 readings and 2 consecutive meetings, that means that there are items that the public could miss the opportunity to comment on if they're limited to 1 time per month, which might have come up. Maybe I missed it. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Bonnie Lowell.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners and staff. I'm Bonnie Lowe, the CEO of Lawrence Chamber of Commerce. Really appreciate your opportunity to speak. My apologies for not being with you in person tonight. I do appreciate the concerns of some expressing their thoughts to our elected officials. Public comment is very valuable, and I know you believe this, and I applaud you for looking at best practices. You are not interested in limiting public comment. I will note there have been respectful comments, but some question your integrity and character, which is very upsetting, and profanity has no place in these meetings. You are all very accessible and responsive to the public when contacted, and I do not believe you are interested in squelching public comment. There are many, many opportunities to express one's views. The ability to have our opinions heard through our elected representation is very appreciated. The agenda is available on Thursday prior to Tuesday meetings. This gives us ample time to share our thoughts on the consent agenda. Your regular agenda items need to have the timely attention they deserve. I am confident that your intentions on considering a change is to when, not if, public comment is provided. This indicates your views to validate this process of our democratic process. I further want to note that you are holding a business meeting. We need to conduct ourselves in a respectful and professional manner. Personal attacks have no place in these meetings or in any conversation for that matter. I've been very disappointed to hear disparaging comments at some of your meetings. We applaud you for considering this change. Thank you for your thoughtful approach to this item, and thank you for your service. At times, it may seem your commitment to our community is not appreciated. Let me assure you that your work and you personally have our gratitude. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Thank you.
Hugh Carter.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Larson, Commissioners. Hugh Carter with the Chamber of Lawrence. I obviously would echo Bonnie's comments, and so I'll really just speak on behalf of myself here. Sorry also that I couldn't be with you in person, but certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of moving general public comment to the end of meetings, as well as implementing some sort of comment guidelines. And, you know, the ability for me to be here in the kitchen, just speaking from my phone, I think speaks to just how accessible we are these days. So the idea initially, I think, of moving the public comment to the beginning of the meetings was to try and increase public discourse and to hear from more folks. And then, you know, just shortly after that, in the wake of the horrific George Floyd incident and then a COVID pandemic and whatnot, I think we went further than just starting meetings with that to increase discourse, but we gave great latitude about how people express themselves, and comment guidelines were kind of cast aside because it seemed appropriate at that time as sort of a pressure relief valve, I think, for just the moment in history that we were dealing with. And we commend you for that. However, at this point, I believe that continuing to have public comment, general public comment at the beginning of the city's business meetings with no comment guidelines is now reducing public discourse. In my 10 plus years with the Chamber, it's always been challenging to get your busy people with businesses and families and whatnot to come out and show up to these meetings. And, you know, especially if they're just supporting something, you know, people are more motivated when they're upset or angry or against something. But, and I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's kind of the reality. But now that that folks really have no idea if, say they're on agenda item 2, if that's going to be heard at 6:30 p.m. or 10:30 or 11, because they first have to sit through anywhere from 20 minutes to 4+ hours of comments from people who don't have scheduled business in front of the commission that evening, it's virtually impossible to get people to come and engage. So even when public comment is only 20 minutes or so, it's kind of become consistent that there's hate, vitriol, cursing, name calling, and that is just no way to begin the business meetings of our community, with people being triggered from the outset. So you're not proposing to eliminate general public comment. Nobody is being silenced. But the question is, does it make more sense to conduct the business of our community as scheduled, so that those who are here to conduct business have some predictability, while still allowing the public?
Thank you, Hugh. Thank you. Other public comment on Zoom?
Yes, sorry, Mayor. Megan Williams.
Hi, my name is Megan Williams. I am a Lawrence resident, and I just want to basically echo what so many folks have said tonight about the importance of preserving public comment as it stands. We know you're not trying to get rid of it, but just even the suggested changes really do suggest to us that you don't want to hear from your constituents. And I think As someone had mentioned before, it sounds like historically, right, there's been a change where it used to be at the end, they moved it to the beginning in order to increase accessibility for folks. And, you know, just even symbolically, it makes sense to me that it would be at the beginning of the meeting that you would want to hear from your community members, your constituents, the people who elected you, about what matters to them. And, you know, as somebody who was here with No SB 180 in Lawrence and was part of that meeting that went on for hours and hours, I know that was inconvenient. None of us wanted to be there, right? None of us wanted to spend 3 hours there telling you all how upsetting this law is and how worried we were for our loved ones and how angry we were that nobody was showing care or concern for our trans community members. But it was necessary. It had to happen in order for the city to do the right thing and pass ordinance 9999. And so, you know, I'm sorry. Well, no, I'm not. I'm not sorry that we disrupted general business, because general business needed to be disrupted that day in order for human rights, trans people's human rights, to be acknowledged in our city. And like everyone said, if it's at the end of the meeting, it's, you know, not as accessible. People don't really know what time it is. But also a 3-hour long session, right, is not the norm either. That was a special case. So anyway, I just hope that you all put your constituents first and continue to have public comment as it is. As a citizen of Lawrence, it's part of our city of government that I really, really appreciate. And so thank you for allowing me to speak with you tonight.
Thank you.
Stephen Watts.
Okay, thank you. So we've just heard from representatives of the wealthy, and I'm wondering, how much money does the town hand over year in and year out to that group? Kind of in bed with the town. That's a special kind of welfare. How often do these people have lunch and wine with city staff? Your continued suppression of public comments breeds hate. Hate menaces stable government. The path of safety lies in the opportunity to discuss freely supposed grievances and proposed remedies. The fitting remedy for evil counsels is good ones. And as U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis noted, freedom to think as you will and speak as you think are means indispensable to the discover and spread of political truth. The remedy to be applied is more speech, not enforced silence. You stop community input by restricting consent agenda matters. So that means the public must come to you after you act instead of before you act. There is no assurance that when a citizen contacts you before meetings to discuss a consent agenda matter, any commissioner will do same. And as I've noted above, you think you seek to breed hate in our town and destabilize our local government. Our town must return to a weekly town commission meeting. In addition, we need to have public comment at the beginning of the meeting and also at the conclusion of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
God.
Who?
That's all the comments.
That's all the, okay, bring it back to the commission. Any discussion? Any discussion on this item?
Well, I guess I'd say a few things. You know, I certainly don't, I do not support, you know, going to public comment once a month or any of the other changes that other cities do. You know, the one issue I'm, you know, wanted to hear and talk about tonight was moving it to the end of the agenda. And, you know, the reason for that, you know, frankly, is for some of the same reasons people mentioned today, and I've gotten calls about that. Someone who wants to come talk about an apartment building that's going to be built next to their house, and they're unhappy about it, but they have childcare, and they're the first thing on the agenda, but they can't come to the meeting because they can't get on the bus to come down and talk here, because by the time their agenda item comes up, could be past 7:30. It might definitely be past 7:30, but they don't know when agenda item number 1 is going to come up. And so, you know, if they want to come talk about plastic bags, or if they want to come talk about an environmental policy, you know, frankly, tonight I was very happy. Most weeks we would have gotten nobody here to talk about that work session on roads. The comments we got from people who said it was walkable, that they wanted to be here and tell us about buses, they were all here waiting for this agenda item, but we heard from them because they were here and they expressed very important topics. But what we experience on a week-to-week basis, you know, is public comment at the beginning and then no comment later. Now, what we've heard tonight is that people here want that it's more important to have the open public comment, but maybe people don't agree with this, but I think the more open public comment we've had decreases the comments later, decreases public participation on some of our regular agenda items. And that might be a trade-off that sounds like some people here want to make. I think that's the question before us, is, you know, how do we balance that? Now, I think one of the things Chris mentioned that maybe, you know, Alex mentioned is some sort of balance of that, where you have public comment at the beginning, but I've never considered limiting public comment, but the idea of having a limited amount of public comment at the beginning and then putting the rest at the end so you could have some predictability, maybe something to consider. And so anyway, I think that is the trade-off, is I think we have lost some public participation on agenda items in exchange for open agenda items. And that's the balance I think we're trying to find.
I mean, yeah, it's, I would agree, especially the one proposed by Alex and, mentioned by Chris, whereas, you'd have it in the beginning for, a set amount of time and then at the end as well. But yeah, I was, at this time, I'm not interested in the once a month aspect of it. But that was something that intrigued me.
Okay, any other thoughts?
I agree with the comments that Commissioner Finkeldye is making about balance. And I also want to say this isn't a conversation that just started last week. We've been hearing from members of public on how long public comment sessions can be a block to accessibility to other items for over a year. We've been hearing about this for a long time. And we do get correspondence on it. We do get phone calls about it. And I think it was fair for us to have a conversation about it. I'm also was never interested in having it once a month. I think we can keep talking about whether we should move it to the end. I don't quite understand the logic of having it at the beginning of the end. Have it or don't have it, I guess, is how I'm feeling right now. But I'd be interested to hear what other commissioners, there's another commissioner who hasn't spoken at least, so I'd be interested in that discussion.
Okay. Bart, anything else?
Oh, no.
Okay. Amber?
She's probably talking about Commissioner Sellers.
Yeah, Commissioner Sellers, did you have anything you wanted to discuss on this or add?
I thought maybe there were two commissioners that hadn't spoken. I know the mayor hadn't spoken either, so. I heard, I'm hearing what Commissioner Finkeldye is saying. I'm hearing what everyone is saying. I think we find ourselves in a bit of a situation where it's a bit of a chicken and egg kind of thing, where we say we've moved public comment to the beginning, so it's diminished. We moved general public comment to the beginning, so it's diminished participation in regular agenda comments. But then having this discussion gave folks the opportunity to stay and render comment in regular agenda items. And so we could say one caused the other or one didn't cause the other. I think it's a matter of individuals will stay to hear something if they want to hear it. And so I don't want us to make assumptions of the public's intent, whether they intend to stay and give comment in the beginning and leave because they don't have comment to give on regular agenda items, or saying that taking it to the end will force individuals who are staying to provide general public comment to comment on regular agenda items. We can't make that hypothesis. And I think folks will speak to things if they feel like they have something to say and there is a space for them to say it if they want to say it and it's the intent. So I don't know. I think there's something to be said about the argument. I think it's a chicken and egg. At this point, we've had it at both. We've even had it in the middle. So we can argue everything. We've had it in the middle, we've had it at the end, we've had it at the beginning. So the public will comment on things that they want to comment on, whether or not it's at the beginning, the middle, or the end. I think what we heard tonight is that the public wants to have space to do that, and how we deem that to move forward. I had a conversation with others that said, we can't get rid of it. We can't get rid of general public comment. We've had it this long. We can't get rid of it. I think posing the questions last week about whether or not we wanted to have it once a month at the end created a vulnerability unfairly to commissioners to say, oh, I don't want to support this. I don't support this. And I'll say I had individuals contact me and say that they wanted it once a month. That doesn't mean I want it. And if I said I wanted to hear it, I think we said, that's just saying entertaining individuals who wanted to hear it. But I think we limit ourselves we narrow the scope by saying if we put it to the end, it's going to change one's behaviors. Because we brought it to the beginning thinking it was going to change one's behaviors. And it didn't. It changed behaviors, but it didn't do what we thought it was going to do. So, this is a chicken and egg conversation for me. And at this point, I'm not interested in revisiting it right now. It's too soon. It's too soon and too close in proximity to things that we've been going through, things that we've experienced in this process. And I don't think it would be smart of us and a good use of our time to try to direct staff to bring something to us to modify. I don't think right now is the time. There's too much energy in this room that's not good energy, and democracy was brought up a lot tonight. And if the people believe that their democracy is being threatened, then that to me signals conversation and engagement about education of democracy, education about voice and public feedback and public discourse, which we've been talking about on lower levels, state levels, and federal levels about discourse. So maybe we use this as a way to have a serious, crucial conversation with our community about what is discourse, what is that relationship of public comment in commission meetings, to hear more from the community about what they see, what they view, what they value about providing general public comment. Why do they feel that they can't have space? Do they feel like they're turned away from it? Are they turned off from providing public comment? Why is that? We haven't asked that question of the public. We haven't asked that question of the community. But we're making hypotheses about changing how we want to hear their voice based on what? So I'm of the mind to leave it as it is. It's too much. There's not good energy in this, and I think it would be a bad practice of us to try to change something at this point.
Thank you. Well, I'm go back to something Commissioner Shipley said is we have been hearing about this for well over a year. concerns about the tone and the nature of the general public comment. And I hear it. You're out.
This is not going to change.
Remove him from the meeting.
This is not going to change tone and nature. I assure you, this is not going to.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
If that's what you're after, it's not going to change tone and nature. It is not going to change tone and nature.
Okay, we're back. Commissioner Sellers, is she still here with us? There she is. All right. So.
Yep, I left a piece of barbecue while you guys were gone. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Share. So, as I was saying, I've been getting a lot of emails and phone calls, even have met with community members about the concerns of what is happening with our general public comment. To the extent that I've had many folks tell me they won't come to the public meetings anymore because of their concerns with how the tone and the language that is being used. And also, again, it goes back to some balance issues of when there's scheduled items, we've got folks who run into the same problem, with the general public comment if it's at the end, is to when can they actually speak about their item. So I'm in favor of moving it to the end of the meeting. I've heard from folks tonight about the idea of the once a month, and I understand they made some really good points about that, and I appreciate that. So I am again of the mind right now is to change it to the end of the meeting.
That would be the only change to it? Just move it to the end?
Yeah, I think we were only looking at 3 things, right. and I think that would be the one at this point in time, because I definitely don't want to stop it, obviously. I mean, that was never the idea. So what other commissioners think?
I mean, Mayor, this is Commissioner Sellers. I shared my thoughts and my comments that
right.
I don't know what we're hoping to happen. I'm of the mind to keep it where it's at right now. Maybe we revisit this at another time. But I'm not wanting to direct staff to look at changing it at this time.
Okay, thank you. Other commissioners?
I would still like to give people an opportunity to talk in the beginning. I know that when you're talking about moving it to the end, it would still be open-ended. But kind of similar to what Alex Kimball Williams brought up and Mr. Flowers mentioned as well, having that set period of time when people can go ahead and talk, and then moving on to the business of the commission and having an open-ended time at the end of the meeting. I don't know, I think presents a compromise.
Well, I mean, again, my concern is the balance, and I do think that's a method to find that right balance. So I guess I would lean that way. I think, having the ability to, again, I've heard the concern that I can't get here for my agenda item, and then we've heard the concern that, people can't get here for public comment. I think, I do think that could be something that finds the better balance than what we have now, and would leave that open. So I'd probably lean more towards that as well, Vice Mayor.
So would there be a time limit or just open-ended both ways?
No, time limit in the front and then open-ended in the back. So basically incorporating what you said in terms of moving what we currently do to the back, but in the front part, just having a certain amount of time.
For general?
Yep.
Public comment. And what would that be? What would that look like?
I've heard like 30 minutes. So but then we can move on to the business of the city, and people would still have an opportunity to give additional public comment at the end.
So Vice Mayor, this is Commissioner Sellers. What would be your process for that? Are people signing up ahead of time? Is it first come, first serve for that first 30 minutes?
It would have to be. It would have to be, since it's a limited amount of time.
So people would have to, you want them to pre-register or so you want them to pre-register?
Yes. Yes, whereas if they pre-register, then, I don't know, folks didn't show up and there was somebody here, and then maybe something could be done to insert those folks to go ahead and give public comment. But otherwise, the folks that had pre-registered could give that public comment at that time.
So register for the front end.
Yep.
Okay.
I think we.
Excuse me.
Yeah. I guess I'd need to think through that. I don't know exactly what that would. Yeah, I guess I don't know what that would look like. I think we'd have to think. I wouldn't be ready to vote on that tonight. I wouldn't know what that'd look like. I'd need to think about how that would play out. I mean, that's a concern.
Just throwing out suggestions.
Yeah. But you can.
Excuse me.
Concern that.
We're deliberating right now.
I mean, yeah.
Excuse me.
So I think, yeah.
I mean, I think you have multiple options. I mean, you can have folks pre-registered. You can have a sign-up sheet, and whoever signs up first comes, first serves. I think if we're going to do a preset on the front end and open on the back, we would need to be very clear on what the process is going to be.
Yeah.
Because I don't want people to feel further disenfranchised by the process.
Exactly.
And if it's limited to 30 minutes, if it's a sign-up situation, do we allow folks, is it the same folks every week? Or if we, is it a lottery if we get, 15 people that sign up for that? Is it a lottery that we pick that from? How does that work?
What do you mean? And
That's what we come up with. Whatever the pleasure of the governing body.
You mean if there are more than 10 people that sign?
Yeah. Do you choose by lottery?
Well, when we took this issue up in August, we found that most of the time it was under 30 minutes, right? I think when we looked at this in August, wasn't that, Sherry, the determination in August?
Yeah, I think that's correct, when we did sort of an average of meetings.
Yeah. So,
That it would just really be for those times where we have a lot of individuals speaking on the same item, we may have issues.
So that obviously, begs the question, if it doesn't happen very often, you create an elaborate scheme for a time something that doesn't happen very often. So.
Because this is Commissioner Sellers, I would imagine if that's 30 minutes on the front end dedicated, we would not move to close general public comment in order to advance us through the rest of the agenda for the evening, correct?
Yeah, would we have to stop the meeting if it only went 20 minutes, Sherry?
Is that for me? So, I'm sorry, I'm not clear what the question is.
So if we allotted 30 minutes and only 20 minutes was used, would we have to recess the meeting before moving on?
That is not how most other cities do it. I mean, I think it would say we would have it on the agenda that it was clear that it would be up to 30 minutes, so that individuals would need to be here prepared for that. If they have a regular agenda item. I mean, perhaps Randy would want to weigh in, but I think the idea is we have 30 minutes, and it would be stated that public comment will last no more than 30 minutes.
And if we,
Mr. Randy.
Go ahead, Randy.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Sherry has stated that correctly. You could set it up where it would be 30 minutes or no more than 30 minutes, and it would start earlier if there was, 8 people that showed up for public comment or something like that.
Okay. And if it were to be a front end and back end situation, if you speak at the beginning of the meeting, do you again get the opportunity to speak at the end of the meeting, or is it a continuation?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. That would be at the discretion of the City Commission, how they wanted to set those rules, but there would obviously have to be some kind of alteration or change to set up who gets decided or who's, gets to speak during those first, 30 minutes.
Any thoughts on how would want that?
Commissioner Shipley, you have thoughts here?
I, as you mentioned, we had this conversation a year ago, and we've been having this conversation in the public. Some people, it's just come to their attention recently. And in discussing that with several members of the public, I always came back around to the same idea, which was, let's see how you can change it. Even the people that told me, yes, indeed, they were afraid to be here, physically afraid to be here because of public comment or public commenters. And asking them, well, what if it was your item and you needed to come here and tell us about it? And many of those people have. So how would you feel if I moved it to the end, or how would you feel if I limited it? And the answer I always came back around to was, I cannot see a way to do anything else. And I would also say, again, this is the second time we've talked about it. It hasn't really gone anywhere. Now we're talking about very elaborate ideas about how to do it. We may have a far more conservative commission here very shortly, and if they want to limit this, we can let them do it. I would personally table this.
Any other thoughts?
Well, we certainly don't have consensus. So, and we really don't, we're having a discussion here. We don't really have like most agenda items, we'd have a concrete, proposal up or down. And obviously this is scheduled, for a discussion. And so I guess I would say we don't, I guess I would, table it would be the word, or, have to consider a way to bring something forward for consideration, and I guess we don't have that tonight. A concrete plan to vote up or down.
Right.
And if we're doing something more elaborate, we certainly don't have anything up or down to vote on and for folks to comment on. So, obviously this was set for a discussion, and so I think we've had a good discussion, but I don't think we've reached a consensus or something we can agree on.
Yep. We definitely have not, so I think that's the direction to staff, is there's no consensus on it.
And you don't want to see it come back in any form?
At this time, is that what I'm hearing?
I think that's what you're hearing, Mayor.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. All right, we'll move on to commission items. Any commission items?
I did want to say, I think that person might be gone, Rainforest. I wanted to comment on their comments that about renaming the park. Someone talked about renaming the park. I did want to say there is a group doing that public engagement now. The city's somewhat involved, but it's KU and some artists and the artists with the Kaw Nation having dialogue with the community about how they would like to reimagine that park. So if anyone would like to look that up online, I think they renamed it. What's it renamed? I'm sorry. Tony, do you remember what they renamed the website? Yes, it's SaveTheRedRock.com to give SacredRedRock.com to give your input on what you think that that park could look like once Njuje Wahobe is moved.
Okay.
And this might be on future agenda as well, but are we looking at the Crown Act next week? There's several comments. It's on the agenda for
15th, June? What?
August 15th.
August 15th, okay, got it.
the Crown Act is
Coming this way. Okay, there were,
It should be on the future agendas.
okay.
Yeah, it is. I just looked it up, but yeah.
Okay, so we had a few questions during the general public comment period. One was from Sherry Ellenbecker, I think Ellenbeck, and she had some questions regarding the farmland as far as our CIP information as to what that included cost-wise. Was it staff time, all the design time, all the everything? And so she was wanting to get more on that, so if we could get that information for her. Okay. And then there was a question from Garrett regarding the difficulty that him and his wife, him and his spouse had with trying to use the online website to sign up on their phones. If we could check on that. And then from Monroe Hanson, I believe it was, wanted to get more information on the city permit process, specifically regarding the Belgium waffle race and how she could talk to staff about what that process is to possibly question that. Okay. And that's all is anybody recall any other questions? I wrote them down.
I think you covered it.
Okay.
Got them.
Right.
There was a comment on how interesting this room is, and I did want to point out we do have it on our CIP to reevaluate this space and this building. So it has not escaped anyone's attention that there's something dated at best about the setup that we have here.
Yes, this has always been a challenging room from having the public out, in the audience, as well as the speaker system. I know some folks have a hard time hearing, depending on where you are in the room. And this building was built in 1970, I think it was. 70, is that correct? Somewhere in the 70s. So it definitely, the design at that time was obviously, where we are right now with it. So.
I have a commission item. I would like to thank our sister city from Hirosaka, Japan, for coming by and saying hello. Got a couple scrolls that I'm gonna show off just to make sure. I'm not sure what camera you're getting it on. But thank you very much for your hospitality and making the long journey over here. I know that we couldn't due to the pandemic, and was overjoyed to see you and your contingent, and wish you much success and luck and good fortune. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to meet you all. So it's my first time doing it, so it was a lot of fun, and it was a lot of fun meeting everybody, and I just thought I'd mention it.
Thank you.
Two quick things. One, wanted to thank, I guess I'm not sure who to thank, except maybe Judge Kopecki, but the ability to do the school supplies for fines, I think was a great, I talked to him today at the CJCC meeting, and he said that he had done that some when he was in Olathe and brought that idea over, and I think it is a great idea to do, to have that exchange. So I appreciate that effort. And I'd also note for everyone that maybe we can put it on a future agenda. I mean, city manager's report, but they just released the traffic stop study for 2022, and it's a fairly lengthy document, but talks about, it's the update from the one from the previous year, so it certainly was something that people should look at. CJCC has its own website that people can go and look at it through the county, but we might want to get it somewhere so it's more accessible from the city side.
Thank you. Any other items? Okay. So we're.
Mayor?
Oh, sorry about that, Commissioner Saws. Yep.
Yes, just one particular item. I wanted to just, for the record, wanted to make a formal request for a proclamation for the city to recognize the week of August 21st as Black Business Week in Lawrence. August is designated as Black Business Month, and so there's a month dedicated to the elevating, empowering, and recognition of Black small businesses and Black entrepreneurs. And so Black 30 here in Lawrence has been on fire and has done a wonderful job of creating a coalition of Black and Brown entrepreneurs, but an emphasis on Black business elevation in Lawrence. And so they have asked if we could recognize the week of the 21st. They have planned for a Black business market for Friday the 25th, that you can find out more information on their social medias. And then on September 1st, so it's not quite in August, but we'll give them grace. They're working with, they are working with Sister Biz Global Network to do a Black and Bankable, which is sponsored by Black entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills. Sheila Glasper Ellis, who is doing awesome work around Black entrepreneurship and Black entrepreneurial ecosystem work in Manhattan. So she is bringing her Black and Bankable event to Lawrence on the KUIP campus on September 1st. You can find information about that on the interwebs. But I did want for the record that I will be making a formal request on behalf of Black 30 for the city to recognize the week of August 21st as Black Business Week.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Mayor, I did have an additional thing. I just, what Commissioner Sellers said, just brought it up. I remember that a couple folks during the meeting brought up the Crown Act, and I don't know if they were aware, but our agenda, future agenda was recently revised to show that on August 15th, that ordinance will be there. So next week, we will be discussing that. So I just wanted to let folks know. So.
Okay. If there's no other commission items, we'll move on to the city manager's report, which is the future agenda items. That's what we've got. That's it. Nothing else? This is a public comment item. Are there any public comments on the city manager's report? No? On Zoom?
No, Mayor.
All right. Move on to review calendar items. Is there anything we need to add, remove? I don't think so. We're good on that? Yep. If not, let's move on to the next item, which...
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Commissioner Sellers?
Nay, just to get my
Passes.
different in the record.
Passes 4-1.
Have a good night, everyone.
Thanks. Yep, thanks. Thanks, everybody.